We are honored to welcome Professor Mamoru Koketsu, PhD from Gifu University, Japan, Vice Rector, all the Deans and Vice Deans, University of Bengkulu, all honorable and keynote speakers, lecturers, and to all participants of Basistora 2024.
Please enjoy the persembahan dance from the student of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences from Bengkulu University. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Vice Rector of University of Bengkulu. The Honorable Basistora, Honorable and Keynote Speakers.
The Honorable Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, all the deans in the University of Bengkulu, and the Vice of LPPM. The Honorable Basistora 2024 Chairman, and the Honorable all participants, lecturers, and attendants of Basistora 2024.
First and foremost, let's express our gratitude and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for bestowing upon us grace and guidance, which have enabled us to convene on these occasions in good health. Salawat and salam be continually bestowed upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us to this day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first Basic and Applied Sciences International Symposium of Tropical and Coastal Research, Basistora 2024. With the theme of From the Local Resources to the World.
My name is Yorafika Dwi Wibangga, and my partner,
Waris Rahman.
it's our honor to be your Master of Ceremonies for today's event.
We are thrilled to have you join us for this exceptional gathering, where brilliant minds from around the world come together to share insights, foster collaborations, and drive forward in various research fields. We are privileged to have an impressive lineup of speakers and panelists sharing their expertise and perspectives in chemistry, pharmacy, biology, health sciences, physics, geophysics, mathematics, and statistics. Their contributions are sure to spark thoughtful discussions and inspire new ideas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the symposium schedule for today are opening ceremony, recitations of the Holy Quran, praying, sing the Indonesian national anthem, opening speech, honorable and keynote speakers presentations, break the oral parallel presentations, and last, closing ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, let us take a moment to offer basmalah for the success of Basistora 2024.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Thank you.
Recitations of the Holy Quran. For Sahmin Solin, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وهو الذي خلق السماوات والأرض في 6 أيام وكان عرشه على الماء ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا ولئن قلت إنكم مبعوثون من بعد الموت ليقولن الذين كفروا إن هذا إلا سحر مبين ولئن أخرنا عنهم العذاب إلى أمة معدودة ليقولن ما يحبسه ألا يوم يأتيهم ليس مصروفا عنهم وحاق بهم وحاق بهم ما كانوا به يستهزئون وحاق بهم ما كانوا به يستهزئون صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the hope that our event will be a success, let us begin with a prayer. we would like to invite Arifin Yusuf Hakim to lead us. For Arifin, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our basic and applied science international symposium of tropical and castor research can be precious to all of us. I will lead this pray based on the teaching of Islam, and Jews who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi Rasulillah ya ajmain. Oh Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. O Allah, protect us from unintended temptation, show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Equally, show us and make it clear the bad things, and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. O Allah, we will accept your prayers. Allahumma firli wali walidaya warhamhuma kama rabbayani shaghira. Allahumma suril mujahidin fi Palestin wa fi Indonesia wa fi kulli makan wa fi kulli zaman. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa ilam taghfirana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sing the Indonesian national anthem. We would like to kindly request all Basistora participants to stand and sing Indonesia's national anthem. Kindly take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our first opening speech, we invite Basistora 2024 Chairman to deliver a welcome to Mr. Dr. Rizky Hadiwibowo, Master of Science. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Ohayo gozaimasu. Joshi hao. Stabak ubair. Namaste. And good morning all. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thanks to the grace and blessing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so we can attend this symposium in a good condition. Salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us to this day. The Honorable to Vice Rector for the Corporations and Planning, Bengkulu University, to Professor Irfan Gustian. Thank you so much for coming here, Prof. And then the Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Professor Dr. Salprima Yuda. Thanks, Prof. And then all of the Vice Deans in the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Prof. Morina, Prof. Ashar Muda Lubis, and Dr. Arif Ismail Hadi, and all the Deans in the Bengkulu University. The Honorable is also to our distinguished keynote speakers, and also the Honorable to all of the coordinator of the technical unit and office of University of Bengkulu, and then the Honorable for all of the coordinator of the study program and head of the department, and to all the participants and attendants here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to extend my warmest greetings to all of you with a great cheer. Praise and gratitude towards to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for His grace to make us success holding the first Basic and Applied Sciences International Symposium of Tropical and Coastal Research, the first Basistora, organized by our Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Bengkulu University. Our symposium topic is about from local resources to the world. It's on the underlines of our collective dedication to advancing and utilizing the local natural resources we have, especially from research in tropical and coastal area for the advancement of science in the world sustainably for a better future. This international symposium is attended by a global expert, lecturer, researcher, student, practitioner in a wide related field of basic and applied sciences. The participants came from various universities and research institutes from 4 different countries, which are Japan, Taiwan, Thailand, and Indonesia. We accept more than 142 papers, abstract that will be presented by online or virtual presentation. Through the opportunity, on behalf of the first Basistora Committee, we would like to thank to the Rector and Vice Rector of Bengkulu University, and to the Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Bengkulu University, for all given support for the implementation of this international symposium. Our highest gratitude goes to our honorable and keynote speaker, Professor Mamoru Koketsu. Thank you so much, Prof, for visiting the Bengkulu University from Gifu University of Japan, and then Prof. Li Linlin from Sun Yat-sen University, China, and then Professor Mohsin Kazdi from King Saud University, Saudi Arabia, and also Professor Madia Muskazli bin Mustafa from University Putra Malaysia, and then Associate Professor Warlonso Ashimre from Christian Institute of Health Sciences and Research, India, and the last, the Assistant Professor of Dr. Salama Sedahgar from Buan Zahra Technical University, Republic of Iran. We also extend our great appreciation to all participants who came from various public and private university, as well as departmental and non-departmental institutions from Indonesia. The presence of you in this symposium contributes to the advance of our sciences for now and also for the future. Our deep apologies for any inconvenience to our noble speaker, presenters, and all the attendants during preparation, registration, or maybe in the symposiums even. I also wish to thank to all of the members of the organizing committees for the hard work in organizing this even better. Together, let's leverage basic science and its applications to innovate solutions and create the way a more sustainable and prosperous world. We congratulate you on participating in this Basistora Symposium and wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Domo arigato, shukron, and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For the next opening speech, we would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, University of Bengkulu, for Professor Dr. Sal Prima Yuda, Master Science. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of University of Bengkulu, or her representative, Professor Irfan Gustian, and then the Honorable of Dean. This is all of Dean in University Bengkulu. My friend coming to this symposium, Dr. Abdurrahman from Education Faculty, and then Dr. Indra from the Faculty of Agriculture, and then Dr. Eni from the Faculty of Medical Science, and also Dr. M. Yamani from the Faculty of Law Science. And then also, I forgot, Prof. Rina from the Vice Dean of the Academic Affairs of Faculty of Economic and Business. And then also, Dean of Faculty of Engineering. Thank you very much, Dr. Afdal. Thank you very much for coming in this symposium. We are very happy that all of Dean in University of Bengkulu coming to this symposium. And distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And then also thank you very much for all honorable and keynote speaker. The keynote speaker fulfill our invitation in international symposium, took the contact person of the Eastfield. This is I would like to thanks to all of the contact person. Thank you very much, Professor Mamoru Koketsu, for your presence in this symposium via contact person of Professor Morina Adva. Welcome for the fourth in Bengkulu. And then also Professor Lee Lin Lin. This is via the contact person of Professor Asar Mudalubis. And then Associate Professor Muskazil, through contact person Dr. Rizky Hadi Wibowo, and then Associate Professor Warlanso, through contact person Mrs. Linda Yuliani, and Professor Moksin Kaji and Dr. Salameh Sedagat. This is through my own contact person. So this year, on August 10, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science at Bengkulu University reached the age of 25. More commonly known as the Silver Year. So we launched an international symposium program within this faculty for the first time to mark the silver anniversary, aiming to establish it as regular 2-year event and to serve a scientific forum for both our faculty members and those from other institutions involved in mathematics and natural sciences. It is our hope that this activity can enhance the international atmosphere in our faculty and that more world scientists will recognize us as one of the faculties in under the University of Bengkulu. As we hear from the chairman, that the interest of the international scientific community is clear. The symposium has attracted more than 100 participants, and we will hear oral presentation via online system or offline in this symposium venue. I'm sure that the selected topic will provide you with a wealth of information and many opportunities for discussion. The challenges made by this symposium are significant, but I'm confident that you will succeed in your objective. I wish you a very pleasant stay here in University Bengkulu and in Kota Bengkulu and productive and successful meeting. Finally, I would like to ask the rector or her representative, the vice rector of the Cooperation Affair, to officially open this international symposium. Thank you very much for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Your speech, Professor Dr. Sal Primayuda, Master Science.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our event last opening speech, we would like to invite the Vice Rector of Planning and Cooperation of University of Bengkulu to officially open the Basistora 2024 event. To Professor Dr. Irfan Gustian, Master of Science, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and the Honorable, our guest, Professor Mamoru Koketsu from Gifu University. Thank you for your coming. And Prof. Li Lin Lin from Sun Yat-sen University, China, and Professor Mohsin Kazi from King Saudi University, Professor Madia Mukazil bin Mustafa from University Putra Malaysia, Associate Professor Warlonso Asimari from College of Nursing Christian Institute of Health Science Research, India, and Assistant Professor Salameh Sadakat from Wen Zahra Technical University, Republic Iran, Mathematics. And the Honorable all of Dean, especially for Dean of Mathematics and Natural Science, Vice of Dean of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Science, all of head of department in the Faculty Mathematics and Natural Science, all participants, students, and I think maybe here laborant or staff. The first, I want to say we would like to thank our guests that will give lecture or new research in this symposium. And then we want to apologize that our rector cannot attend this event because see other activity that are as important as this event. Next, we hope this activity become a meaningful event for our student, teacher, lecturer, researcher to communicate, and share finding from their research in order this our symposium today. Congratulations to conduct this activity and anniversary for Fakultas MIPA. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We officially open the event, this activity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Chairman, come forward to join us in the ceremonial moment to officially open the Basistora 2024 event.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the goal being hit, the first Basic and Applied Sciences International Symposium of Tropical and Coastal Research, Basistora 2024, we hereby declared open.
Okay, please take a moment for take a photo, please. Please, for all participants to stand up. For all the lecturers, come to forward to join us. Okay, look at to the camera and cheese. Okay, warm applause to all of us. Thank you so much, Vice Rector, Professor Koketsu, all deans, and all participants. Kindly to take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the official opening ceremony for Basistora 2024. My name is Waris Rahman, and alongside my partner,
Yorafika Dwi Wibangga.
we are honored to be your master of ceremony for this event. We sincerely thank you for your attention and apologize for any inconvenience. We will return later for the closing ceremony.
The next schedule is a plenary session. This morning, we will gain highly beneficial knowledge from our honorable and keynote speakers. The moderators for the first plenary season are Dr. Rizky Hadiwibawa, Master of Science, and Siti Hairunisa Norfahmi, Master of Science. For moderators, time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the meal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session is about to begin. For the first speaker, we invite Professor Mamoru Koketsu. We give the floor to him. He is currently working as a lecturer in Department of Chemistry and Biomolecular Science in Faculty of Engineering, Gifu University. He is also an advisor to the Vice President, Vice Director of Organizations for Promotions of Higher Education and Student Support in Gifu University. His publication has reached about 280 research papers and 15 books. To Professor Mamoru Koketsu, time is yours.
Okay, to Professor Kaketsu, the time is about 30 minutes. But before that, we are really sorry. We, as the moderator, I'm Dr. Rizky, and also our partner is Miss Nisa. We will moderate you. It's about for the first of the plenary session. And then after that, we have, for this session, actually, we have three keynote and also a honorable speaker. The first time, we would like to start from Professor Koketsu, and then after that, we will hear about the informations and also some of the speech from the Professor Mukazli from the University of Malaysia, and also the other one, the last presenter or the last honorable speaker is Professor Lili Nin from China, and then after that we will give time for 10 minutes to have questions and answer, and then after that we continue for the second plenary sessions for that. Okay, to Professor Koketsu, time is yours, please.
Okay, and first of all, I would like to appreciate for inviting me and give me the chance to talk our laboratory activity from now. Okay, and I want to introduce my son. Please stand up. Yeah, I bring my two sons, and one guy is Shuhei. He is 33 years old, and Shinichi is 28 years old, and they are working in the Japanese company now. And this is the first visit Indonesia for them, and they say very good impression, excellent impression regarding Indonesia. Indonesian people, so kind and so bright and very friendly. And also Indonesian food, very delicious. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, first, from now, I want to start my talk. Okay, today's talk is, should I use this one? Maybe. Yeah. Could you bring pointer? Because of a display, laser point doesn't work, I think. To operator, okay, but give me the pointer, because the display doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, laser pointer. Just, yeah, this is, I can use for. It's okay. Okay, yeah, let's start. Okay. That's no problem. Okay, from now I want to start. And my talk is anti-termite molecule isolated from Indonesian plant. I want to explain, especially Sumatra, there are many useful and significant plants and for medical purpose or something like that. today I want to talk about the anti-termite activities compound from Indonesia. And today's talk is Anthony Parudede and Morina Adafa's PhD thesis in my laboratory in Japan, Gifu University. And now Anthony Parudede moved to the Islamic University of Kalimantan. And also Morina Adafa is a very famous professor here, you know. Okay, and so Morina and Anthony is there. So next, so first topic is a PhD thesis of Morina Adafa. So she focused on this plant in Japan. Indonesian name is kayu bawang, kayu pahit. Okay, yeah. Okay, general introduction. I want to introduce positive impact of the termite. Termites contribute significantly to most of the world's ecosystem. They help to fertilize and aerate soils. And they also contribute significantly to atmospheric gases. However, the greatest importance is the role they play in recycling wood and plant material. But the negative impact, the termite become the economic paste when they destroy wood and wooden product of human house, building material, and forest and other commercial products. Termites are the most problematic paste in the plant kingdom and the building. Termites cause economic losses. In Japan, US dollar 800 million. In China and the USA, more than US dollar 1 billion each year. So, as you can see, because of termite broken almost completely of our house, wooden house like this. So we want to find some good material against termite. So as an anti-termite agent, already reported those compounds. For example, first one, aracilin, a group of related synthetic compounds used in insecticides. This compound have a low toxic for human and birds, and they are toxic to bee, fish, and aquatic invertebrates. And the next, imidacloprid is a synthetic insecticide that acts as an insect neurotoxic and belong to the class of a chemical called neonicotinoid. So it is related as a moderate toxic on an acute oral basis to mammals. It is one of the most toxic chemicals to bees. And this compound developed by my friend, Professor Kagab. He belonged to the Gifu University, but before he belonged to the some pharmaceutical company to develop this compound. And this is the most commercially available compound in the world. So, and another part, last one is this compound is also synthetic compound and moderate toxic and acute oral basis to mammal. So, and there is a compelling need for development of the non-toxic and more eco-friendly anti-termite agent. So, Morina Adafa focused on this plant, kayu bawang, kayu pahit, and this bark having the skin disease and the healing of the urea and eczema, and also smoke from a burning stem inhaled for meditation after childbirth. And wood is a building material such as a desk, ground seals, and exterior walls due to its biological durability. And this wood resistant to the termite attack. That's why we are focused on this plant. As an idea, this extract should have the anti-termite agent. So first, she extracted some extract using methanol and from 10 kg, and she got the 614 gram extract, and participate with hexane, ethyl acetate, butanol, and the residue. So we separated those fractions, and we checked the anti-termite activity. So as a result, as you can see, this one is a termite mortality. And as you can see, this red color is ethyl acetate. After 14 days, after 2 weeks, 42% termite die, right? So, and also next, green triangle, normal hexane fraction shows some activity. And another fraction is so moderate activity. So we focus on the ethyl acetate fraction and also normal hexane fraction. So, and next, she isolated compound, active compound from hexane fraction and ethyl acetate fraction. And from hexane fraction, using silica gel chromatography, she got the pure compound, and compound 1, deacetylnimbin, that's such kind of compound. And next, from ethyl acetate fraction, she separated by silica gel or several type of recycling, recrystallization, and also flash chromatography. And also sometimes she used a Cephadex LT20. So, and actually to isolate technique is very tough, but she succeeded. And also we can decide the chemical structure using NMR, mass spec, and the IR. Anyway, she isolated sigmasterol, quercetin, scopoletin, and also melicitin, melicitrin. Yep. So we isolated several compounds. After that, we check the anti-termite activity. So as you can see here, most strong active compound is this one. This one is a scopoletin. Scopoletin shows the strongest activity. Next, maybe quercetin or something, quercetin or something, but it's not so strong activity. Anyway, scopoletin shows a very strong anti-termite activity. Scopoletin, yep. And also, for termite, cellulose is the food for them. And we check the mass loss of a paper disc. And as you can see here, scopoletin shows the strongest activity, and mass loss paper is only 93%. So termite cannot eat because of activity of the scopoletin. So and we published some paper about it. So, and she published, and in our university, at least 2 papers we need to get a PhD, and we published this one, and after that, she worked so hard, and more than 3 or 4 papers she published during my laboratory. So, using those results, finally, yeah, before, and during that time, we are going to the Denmark, Copenhagen, for the international conference she attended. And after that, we moved to Tanzania, Africa also. Anyway, we are going to international conference before at that time. So finally, Molina Adafa got a PhD, and this is a graduation ceremony. And this is the dean of our dean. And he loves the mountain climbing, and I also do like that. And I join with him to climb mountain still now. Anyway, that time is 2012, almost more than 10 years ago. She got a PhD from our university. So next topic is another plant. Local name, Indonesian name is Kera Kai. Yeah, this one. And this topic is Anthony Paredes, PhD thesis, and he is under the Molina Adafa during the undergraduate student, and he moved to the Andhras University as a master course, and after that, as a doctor course, he came to my lab. Anyway, yeah, he worked so hard again. So this plant in Indonesian name is the Kera Kai, and chemical constitutes isolated from this plant exhibit a positive biological effect on human health, which are antioxidant and anti-diabetics and cholinesterase inhibitor effect. Yeah. And this is known to be resistant to the attack of the pathogenic organism. So that's why we could focus on that. It should have some activity. So first, he got the methanol extract and partition with hexane and ethyl acetate. And now we have a hexane fraction, ethyl acetate fraction, and the residue. And we checked the anti-termite activity using those fraction and the extract. So as you can see here, methanol extract has active. And among methanol fraction, we should check which fraction has active. As you can see here, ethyl acetate fraction is very strong activity, including. So we are focused on the ethyl acetate fraction for isolate active compound. And so also hexane fraction has a moderate activity. So this is a paper disk consumption. As you can see here, methanol extract and the hexane fraction, ethyl acetate fraction shows activity. Most strongest fraction is the ethyl acetate fraction. So he isolated from ethyl acetate fraction, and using silica gel chromatography, he got many kind of fraction. Using silica gel column chromatography, yeah. And fortunately, he got the pure compound. This compound, stenoparutoloside A, and a very complicated compound. And also this compound, triterpenoid compound. And the final one is exison. It's a plant hormone. So we isolated 3 compounds, and once again, we checked the anti-termite activity. As you can see, most of 3 of them show the activity. Among them, compound 1, this compound is the strongest, but another compound also shows the strong activity. So this is the paper disk consumption. Termite cannot eat 3 test result. As you can see, less than 10%. So 3 compounds had anti-termite activity. So termite cannot eat a paper. So next, we try to moderate compound. So now we have 20 hydroxy exison, and using this condition, we protected OH group like this as acetonide. And after that, using pyridine and acetic anhydride, we protected another OH group there. So, and also using acidic condition, we deprotected here completely, and using this condition, mild condition, we protected only here, still remain there as a protection. So now we have several compounds. Once again, we check the anti-termite activity, and we want to know which part is more important for the activity. So, and also this one, using compound 2, we also protected those OH group. So we have 7 compounds, and we check the activity. So as you can see here, original compound, exison, compound 1 shows the strongest activity, and next 1C, that one, and 1D, this one. But activity is a little bit decreased. So, and 1A and 1B reduce the activity. So, and this one, 2A and 2, also not so strong compared with exison. And finally, we could know most important part, every OH group must be here. Is our strongest activity shows it. So this is a paper disk consumption. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, compound 1 is the strongest almost, and 1C, 1D, 2 also shows strong activity. But anyway, original compound 20 hydroxy exison, compound 1 is the strongest, and we can understand 5OH group is more important for the activity. Yeah, and we published several papers, Anthony Pardede, and he published maybe 6 or 7 papers during study in my lab. And finally, he got a PhD. And this is my lab. And sometimes we receive the international student. And in this time, Anthony, Indonesian, and two UKM, Malaysian, and from India. He also Bengal University, and Molina sent him to my lab. So, my talk almost finished, and I want to tell, I came here several times. This is before COVID-19. Yeah, you have a conference like this. I attend that from Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand. That's it. Okay. Okay. And three of them from Bengal University. Yeah. And we have a very good time in Indonesia, not only Indonesia, in Gifu University, our university. They stay my lab. So, and this is a very important photo. I have a 3 PhD student from Indonesia. My FD son, he's my first PhD student, and he returned to Andalus University, and this month, he became the dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science or something. Yeah, and very famous Molina Sensei here. He's a second Indonesian PhD student, and Anthony Pardede, now in the Kalimantan, he also get a PhD from my lab. So I have many friends in Indonesia. I'm really appreciate, and I'm very happy to be here. Okay, and I want to introduce my research group topic. This one, it's a kind of natural product, and we are focused on the medicinal plant and the extract, and isolate pure compound and check the biological activity for useful purpose sometime. And also we modify structure using chemical synthesis. So, and this one, we introduce sugar chain and sometimes protected those group, and also those one is a ring closures reaction system we develop, and sometimes we focus on the selenium chemistry like this. Okay, and I want to tell where is Gifu. Gifu is a middle center of the Japan, between Tokyo and Osaka, and from Nagoya using Shinkansen Express to go to Tokyo. You can see the beautiful mountain Fuji. So, and unfortunately, Indonesia and Japan had a earthquake sometime. As you know, Fukushima, we have a big earthquake as before already. More than 10 years ago, but still have some problem there. So, this is our campus. We have a university hospital. We have Dr. Harry, and this is the main campus. And the library only brick, and another building is white, and a very beautiful university campus. So, and sometimes light up. Sometimes we have a very beautiful flower. Yeah, if you have a chance, please come to our university. Okay, terima kasih, Bang Ya.
Thank you so much to Professor Kaketsu for a nice and a great presentations. Because from the information that his speech, we know that the anti-termite is really important, especially for Indonesian country, because we know that the environmental factor or the environmental conditions of Indonesians, I think it's really easy to attack by the termite, because the termite we know. It also can ruin the building, or maybe it can break for the homes. So I think it's really important for us to look for some of the secondary metabolite that really important to produce of the antithermite. Thank you so much to Professor Kaketsu. But before the questions and answer, we will continue to the seconds of the presenter. For our second keynote speakers from online, from Professor Madia Mukazli bin Mustafa. Have you been here, Professor? Professor.
Yes, I do.
Okay, Professor, we will continue for the presentation from you because, for our informations that Professor Mukazli bin Mustafa from University of Putra, Malaysia, he will present it for the presentations for 20 minutes, and then after that, maybe because he rather busy, maybe he need to leave from our Zoom. So if we have some sort of questions, maybe we can write in the Zoom, and then after that we will share to him after that, because the moment for the presentations of him is really limited, so we just maybe can hear about the presentations from him, but before that we need to read the CP from him. Please, Ms. Nisa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rizky. So Professor Mukazli bin Mustafa is someone who has finished his PhD about life science in University of Nottingham, England, and he's currently working in Department of Biology, Faculty of Science in University Putra, Malaysia. And he's also the Deputy Dean, Development and Industry Community Relations, and Associate Fellow Center of Quality Assurance in University Putra, Malaysia. His research area is about environmental microbiology, calcify, phosphorus removal, and bioremediation.
Okay, thank you for the short CV for the Professor Madia Mukazli, and then to search for the times. Okay, times is yours, Kazli. Maybe you can share your PowerPoints by yourself.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rizky. Let me share my PowerPoints. Okay. So before that, thank you. I would like to thank for having me, to the Vice Rector and Dean, Basistora Chairman, and committees, both moderators, for the first Basistora. And then the first is meaning like meaningful to me, become the first one. Even the second speaker, it become meaningful. But when I get the information talking about how we're talking about the theme about local research to the world, and then looking at the name of Basistora, starting from basic to applied, then I wonder what I'm going to present. So at the end, I'm going to choose to present regarding this topic. So as you can see, my title is Explorations on the Use of Engineers on Native Eurolytic Bacteria. So why I use explorations? It means that we haven't got any conclusion yet, because explorations meaning that we follow the trail of questions and then until we satisfy things. So up until now, we have several questions, we have several things to check, and so on and so forth. So therefore, I would like to present something that very what we call is a simple. So just to let you know that how basically we can start from the basic and then look at into the application in the real world. All right. So I'm going to start with this one. Before that, I need to punch it. Okay, I need to make sure that I finish with 20 minutes. Right. Basically, what we knew so far about my topic is about biomineralizations. So I'm going to focus on the process, what we call is the microbial induced carbonate precipitations, or some say a microbial induced calcite, some say microbial calcium carbonate. So all these names come, again, I'm going to say the MICP. So basically what we try to look at is that whether we can use the calcium carbonates, and we do know that it comes in a lot of polymorph. We have aragonite, vaterite, calcite, some side and sometimes we also have a dolomite. Other than that, we have also the small polymorph. So it is a natural, what we call it is a natural slow metabolic process. It can be found in at least at the moment we knew that we only have about 6 process, very slow process. But I'm going to focus on what we call is the urolysis. So the urolysis, why urolysis? Urolysis basically, this is things that we knew that it will involve urolytic bacteria. Any bacteria that can break urea and then produce certain things, then we can enhance the productions of this ammonium, the productions of carbonate, bicarbonate to form the calcium carbonate. So what we want in the system is that we need what we call is the alkaline environments. Why we require the alkaline environments? The alkaline environment basically it was given by the OH hydroxide. So when we have alkaline environment, basically the process is that it intend to become calcium carbonate rather than converted back to the ammonia. So in this case, we are require quite a lot of calcium ion. And then of course, the main factors in the process is urease itself. So again, it depends on how much is. So if you look at based on what we have in my slide now, that the major pathway of calcium carbonate is through the what we call is these sites of pathway, because we call it the A sites. The B become very minor. In some cases, this is naturally occur. So if you stimulate the environment, you can get the A pathway. The natural one, you can A and B, but very small process. So this is what we knew about the bioremediations. Then from bioremediations, we knew that we have a special process known as calcifications. So what is calcification? Is basically we try to get the ultimate structures of calcium carbonate known as calcites. Basically, how to get the calcite in order to have what we call is the cycle, the full cycles of bacteria, the supply of calcite. We need to make sure that we can harvest the cycles of bacteria. The cycles of bacteria, basically from bacteria, it will goes to the with the nutrient, urea, calcium, and calcium carbonate, and then it turns, one is in the extreme condition, it turns into endospore. So endospore basically it trying to increase the survivals of the bacteria itself. So and then when the crack happen, when you have a lot of water, and then endospore become bacteria, and then you get all those things. So the plan is when you have these cycles, if we do have in Asia, basically we have to do a lot of things. For example, in Asia, we have a lot of rains. And then what rains do is basically they will sneak up between the soil particles. And then this is where you have high water retain, and then you have the running waters under the ground, and then it causes the landslides. So what we can do is that if we can deal with this kind of water throughout what we call it the cemented structures through calcite, then we can reduce the risk of you having a landslide. So we know that it was started with what we call is the ACC. The ACC basically is just a nanoparticle nucleus, and then throughout the process it becomes either vitral aragonite, which is what we call is the bigger cuboid structure, and then throughout the time, and then it will become compressed. It compress and then become calcite. So this calcite basically, if you can have a look, we call it a rhombohedral structures. Rhombohedral structures is compact. So it compact, and then it gives much more stable. So this is what we knew about the calcite. And then it comes to us that why at the moment most of the ICP are focused on these two bacteria. Is either Sporogyna pasteuris, is also known as Bacillus pasteuris once upon a time, and Bacillus megatherium. But the problem with this is that this is not naturally occurred in our soil. So meaning that if you want to apply in our soil, we have to make sure that these two bacteria can survive and sustain the population throughout the process. So then it hit me that why not we try to use our indigenous bacteria, because it's ready available, it's abundant. So what we can do is that we don't need to we don't need to introduce. What we need is to stimulate the growth and the activity of urolytic bacteria itself. And then if you want to introduce, it's still highly adaptable because of it's a local, it's a native bacteria. So it's also can reduce the risk of what we call is the environmental risk. When you introduce a nature microorganism, then it will cost you something. So that is the idea. So and then we know that every idea we always have a problem. We can solve one problem and then another question come out. So this is become a gap. So what we do now in my lab, what we have now is we have two things. We have follow the questions, but again, when you follow the question, you have to follow the money. So what we can do is that we try to start with some things, and then what we begins at try to gather as much as we can new species. So we conduct a very small test using the urea broth. Basically, with the urea broth, we just try to look at how fast it can break the urea. So we use 48 hours as a cutting point. So those who are able to produce in 48 hours, then we're going to select. And the question is why do I choose 48 hours? So 48 hours is basically it is what if it can able to produce urease and then break the urea, meaning that it has high ability of producing the urea. So we gather all the samples from hill slope, farm soil, clay soil, and all sorts of things. Even we go for some cases we do drill the concrete wall, the building concrete wall, to get the samples. So we would like to have as much as we can in terms of regulations. So in this case, for today's presentation, I'm going to focus on the two species. Basically, what two species that I have, the native species that I isolate from those sites. So from the isolate bacteria, so the question is, can this isolate produce urease? Because we do know that it can produce in what we call the urea broth or urea agar, but can it really produce a calcium carbonate? So we carry out a simple experiment, which is lasts about 4 days, and then we test about how much calcium carbonate. So if you look at here, we know that basically the amount of calcium carbonate is correlated with the time, but not correlated with the species. Why? Because it backs to the how species adaptability and as a species capability to enhance the urea. But not only we are looking at whether because we do know that calcium carbonate can come in various polymers. So and then what happened is that we try to analyze the calcium carbonate, and then we do find that basically we have quite a lot of veterite and calcites. If you can see here, the round shape here is like a veterite. The cuboid structure shape here, most what we call is the rhombohedrals. This is the calcite. So the in this simple experiment, what we do is that we just inoculate bacteria in the broth. So we come to the questions. So if it can produce in the broth, can it produce in the soil? So what we do next is basically we do the urea media, and then we grow it in the soil. And then we allow more time, because we know that if you have allow more time into the system, then we have probably that it can produce more calcium carbonate polymers. So what we can see here, basically, a soil was covered with calcium carbonate, where it filled all the void and also in interparticle space between the sand particles. So it's formed like a cemented structures like this. So when you have a cemented structure like this, it means that you have a various polymorph. So so if you compare between these two species, this example of two species that I have focused on Sirius and Tropicus. We do find that Tropicus are a little bit less calcium carbonate compared to the Sirius. Why? Because the growth for Tropicus itself is much more slower than the Sirius. Then if we have this calcium carbonate, the next question is that what kind of polymorph that we have in this carbonate? So we run the experiment and then we run the XRD and then we have a mix of cultures. So as we expected, basically all the control most of the control you have dolomite, which is less stable compared to others. Then if you look at here, Sirius contain quite a lot of calcite compared to the alginate. Then okay, now we prove that these bacteria can produce calcium carbonate in salt, but in a liquid culture. Then we follow the next questions, whether can this isolate repair the crack? So we come up with a simple experiment. So what we did is that we mix the bacteria with the cementation solutions. What I mean is cementation solution is basically a urea and the calcium chloride or calcium acetate, and then we spray on the surface. What we induce crack, and then we spray for 4 days. We spray on the surface, and then we observe how much the polymer have been produced throughout the 10 days. So from the analysis, we can see that the Sirius basically at the end of the 10 days, both Sirius and the Tropicus able to what we call is able to give a similar percentage of calcite compared to the Megatherium. And as we know, Megatherium is the popular strain that been used in the study of MICP. But if you look at the 4 days data here, the difference between Sirius and Tropicus is that the Sirius produce more veterite while the Tropicus produce more regionite. But at the end of the 10 days is more or less almost similar to the what we call is the Megatherium. So it seems like it gives some what we call is the indication that hey, there is a potential for both a native isolate to be used as the MICP agent. Then what happened is that and then it comes to us that if it can repair the crack. So this is what happened is that if you look at here, you can see the patch of white patch spot here. So it is basically what we do is that compared to the day 0, we have no white spots. At the end of day 10, you can see that quite a lot of white spot here. So what we do is that we take out the white spots and then go through again process on the XRD, and then we find out that compared to both of it will have this kind of calcium carbonate and polymorph ranging from calcite, veterite to aragonite. But when you have all this thing, now we do agree. Now we can confirm. These two bacteria can similarly perform as whatever that we have in Megatherium. So the next question is that if this one can repair the soil, can it also increase what we call it? Can it also improve the soil properties? So what we do next is basically we come up with another simple experiment using the soil column. So what we did is that the column we have several type of column. So in this picture I show this one. This one is the sandy and the organic soil. So what we did is that we inject the bacteria into the column, and then basically we inject the bacteria in certain volume, and then followed by another injection to the cementation solution with the cementation solution. So basically the process of injections of cementation solution is known as grouting cycles. A grouting cycle, basically we supply the substrate, and then we try to create the sufficient resources for bacteria to produce calcite or and extra. So the other aspect that we are also test is what we call it the hardening. Hardening basically how long we need to leave it to for bacteria to work before we can see the structures improve. So if you look at here, this is examples of this Bacillus cereus that have been injected into the soil column. Yeah, it's improved. It improves properties. Water absorptions become porosity also drop, and the calcium carbonate content increase, and in terms of both of grouting and hardening. But we can see that there's always a limitation. So even though we are pushing for 3 times grouting cycles, for meaning that for 10 days, it does not produce any significant difference if you just put it. So meaning that, so this is what we call it the problem of what we call it the environmental problems. So we do know that there is a lot of issue of unknown issue in terms of bacteria sustainability, whether some we need to find what we call the optimum conditions how for bacteria to produce, how much we need to inject urea, how many times, how long that we need to allow it to work to get a better results. So this is basically we need to continue to look at it one. So currently we are exploring certain techniques, we are exploring, try to form different tests just to see how long or how hard, how fast it can produce the calcium carbonate. Then, as I said, it's exploring, meaning it's not at the end of the questions. So we still have a lot of questions. Now, I also would like to share. I would like to share that what I have for cementations for concrete. Well, we also conduct experiment on the concrete. So, but this time, if you remember, we do have what we call this is the structures of the calcite. But if you remember the difference between in concrete here and also in soil is that the shape of the calcite. If you look at the shape of calcite in the soil, it's more like a rhomboid. So it is like a cuboid, rhombohedral shape. But in concrete, what we have is what we call it the laminar shapes. So the laminar shape, what is the difference here? So this is what the difference is that we change the type of calcium that we use. In soil, we use calcium chloride, but in concrete, we use calcium acetate because it's much cheaper compared to calcium chloride. So just because of the cost. And then what we see is that it do repair all the crack. It do repair the crack. After only we need to allow it after 30 days. And then if you look at here, more or less, tropicals and cereus have the same performance, but it totally outperformed by megatherium, because we do know that megatherium basically is a special strain we use for the concrete. So meaning that it's still a long way to go. But one thing that we can see in terms of tropicals and cereus is that it produce what we call it able to improve the strength of the column. In terms of unconfined and also the uninitial compressive properties. So even though it's basically less than megatherium, but I can see the potential. But the thing is that what we need in order to improve this one is that how much bacteria that we need to put to have the right environment. We need the optimal environment, and then the way how we're going to deliver the isolates. So currently what we have is that we try to explore encapsulation delivery. So but the problem is that the delivery is a little bit fragile because we have the impact of the concrete and the sand grain into while we're making the concrete. So at the end of the day, it's still a long way to go. So I assume my time is end, I think. So 20 minutes is off. And then, so maybe in future, what we need to see is that we need to see that we have to appreciate our own or native resources, and then we try to find the good benefit from our resources, because we do know Asia have a lot of resources. Okay, so that is my 2 cents thought about the what we have. So with that, I would like to end my presentations, and also I would like to thank most of my students do all those things, the hard works, missing all this sand and the concrete. So I think that's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak ya, terima kasih banyak Prof. Thank you so much for sudah boleh bagi talk, ya kan. Untuk questions and answer mungkin untuk Prof. Kazli, maybe because you have a limit time, because you said that you want to have a special meeting or important meetings in the UPM. So I think it's okay if you want to leave soon after the presentations has been over. Maybe we can call for some of the questions, and then we will send to your email to answer the questions. Yeah, Prof.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Kazli, for a very fantastic and very special presentations. Because from the presentations, we know that the indigenous bacteria, especially for the bacteria that produce of the urease, yeah, or we call by the ureolytic bacterians, we can apply that, especially for the agriculture, and also try to reduce some of the pollution, especially from the urea. And then from the presentations, we also know how to isolate, how to get for the potential bacteria, especially we can use, and then we can find some of the indigenous bacteria in Bengkulu of Indonesia, in Malaysia, because he told from the indigenous bacteria from his locations, I mean specific locations from the Malaysia. Thank you so much to Prof. Kazli. Maybe we will send for the appreciation certificate for you, Prof, and then we will meet you offline next month. So because our team biology and chemistry will visit to UPM on September, yeah, Prof, yeah? Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, for the keynote speaker, we have Professor Li Lin from Sun Yat-sen University, China. Maybe it will be moderated by Nisa, and then I will read the CV, short CV from the Professor Lin.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rizky. So for Professor Lin, she is currently working in Department of Earth Science and Engineering in Sun Yat-sen University in Zhuhai, China. And her research area is about marine geohazards. And some of her research are about marine geohazards in Southeast Asia, including Indonesia, specifically about Mentawai earthquake in 2010 and also Aceh tsunami in 2004. So without further ado, Professor Lin.
Okay, we need to say hello to Professor Lin. Have you been to the Zoom room? Hello, Professor Lin.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello.
Okay. Thank you so much. Come maybe even though by the Zoom online, we hope that Prof. Lin someday you can visit Indonesia, especially to Bengkulu University. And then we also thanks to Professor Lubis because he connect you for this symposium. And then without further ado, to Professor Lin, time is yours. Please give your presentations for 20 minutes more, yeah? Prof, thank you.
Okay. But I cannot share my screen right now.
Sure.
I'm
Okay.
disabled, I think.
You
Yes,
can
would you
share
like
by
to share?
yourself.
I think the host has disabled my screen sharing.
Oh, okay. Please permit
Yeah.
for Professor Lin to. Okay. Now you can share your PowerPoint because you permit to share your presentation by yourself, Prof.
Yes, I understand, but I cannot share. Oh, yeah, right now it's okay. It's okay now.
Okay. We also can see your PowerPoint for now, and then time is yours, Prof.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. I feel very honored and excited to have the opportunity to share our recent studies. I actually been to Bengkulu before, so I feel very naturally connected to the audience today. Bengkulu actually is the starting point where my tsunami research journey started. I still remember, like 14 years ago, I was waiting in Bengkulu before heading to the Mentawai Islands to do the post-tsunami surveys for the Mentawai tsunami events. So I think Bengkulu is the place where motivated me to continue my tsunami research. So as you can see, I'm a tsunami scientist. So today I'm going to talk something related to tsunami science. First, I think it's worth noting that this year, 2024, marks the 2 decades after 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. So this deadly event serves as a turning point for disaster research, especially for tsunami and earthquake science. So prompted global action to mitigate the impact of future disasters. So after 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, great efforts have been made to develop real-time early warning and long-term tsunami hazard assessment approach to mitigate tsunami hazard and guide the coastal land use planning. So we now have a global coverage of tsunami warning and mitigation system. So what the question is, what's the next step? So as a researcher who has been working on tsunami science for 15 years, I'd like to share my 2 cents about the current challenges of tsunami prevention and mitigation, and with a special focus on the Southeast Asian regions. So first, I'd like to highlight the large earthquakes and tsunamis from Sunda Trench, the former subduction zone Sunda Trench, are still the primary concern in future. And as we can see from the left figure, the Sunda Trench has hosted many large, devastating earthquakes and tsunamis in the past 20 years. And the potential large earthquakes from the Mentawai Gap. The Mentawai Gap is very to Bengkulu, as we can see that it's still a major pending concern in West Sumatra. So now, for the next step, the timely tsunami warning system especially for the near field and the nurturing tsunami-ready coastal community and making efficient evacuation plans are still the key component for life-saving strategies. So besides the tsunami generated by subduction zone earthquakes, in this talk, I'd like to call attention to tsunamis generated by so-called these atypical sources, which are less common, but can surprise us by happening at an unexpected time or in an unexpected place. Although there's no strict definition, volcanic activities and landslides are commonly referred as the atypical tsunami sources. So in the following slides, I'm going to present 2 groups of such atypical tsunami events and summarize their common features. One group is related with a cascading hazard, including earthquake, landslide, and tsunami, and the other type is related with volcanic activities. And the majority of these events occurs in South Tennessee and its surrounding regions. So the most well-known tsunami events involving the chain hazard effect is the 2018 Palu earthquake, as I think everybody knows this event. So this event surprised us in many aspects. The most frequently asked question is, how did a structurally earthquake produce deadly tsunamis? So with all the combined research efforts, we understand that, let me check. We understand that we have all these post-event inland field surveys and offshore geophysical surveys, and joint source inversion and tsunami modeling, and all the instrument records, including the INSAR and GPS. We now understand that the tsunami waves were actually generated by both cold seismic deformations associated with very complex fault systems in the Palau Bay, and as well as the tsunami was contributed by the wider distributed coastal landslide and liquefactions. So moving to the northeast part of the South China Sea, which is closer to Taiwan, and the 2006 Pingtung earthquake doublets event serves as another classical cascading hazard example, which also involves the normal faulting and strike slip earthquakes. Again, not typical mega thrust earthquakes. So the doublet earthquake triggered a hazard chain which consists of regional scale tsunamis, landslide, and turbidity currents, inflicting widespread damage to the submarine cables across the Kaoping Slope and the Manila Trench. So in this case, we know that submarine landslides must have occurred because the cables broke. So, and also the post-event seafloor surveys also identified some of these landslides. So at the same time, the tsunami waves were recorded by 12 tidal gauges in northeast of the South China Sea, as shown in these orange squares. So for the events like the Pingtung earthquake, actually it's very difficult to make such direct observations of submarine landslide following an earthquake, because it's extremely rare, like so far. So as a result, earthquake-induced submarine landslide are primarily identified through indirect evidences, such as the event was accompanied by abnormal tsunami waves and submarine cable breaks following an earthquake. So we recently compiled a global catalog which suggests that worldwide there are 124 events have occurred since 1900, and involving the cascading hazards of earthquakes triggered submarine landslides. So among these events, more than 40% of such events are located in the South China Sea and the surrounding region. So in this region, we are looking at 51 earthquakes were reported to have triggered submarine landslides, and more than 80% of these events were accompanied with submarine cable breaks, and mainly clustering in the offshore area of Taiwan and along the Luzon volcanic arc. As we can see, we have several events occurred in the Banda Sea in this region. So as a highlight for Indonesian, I'd like to conclude this part with the findings of this Nature Geoscience paper by Professor Cummins. And as they pointed out that in Banda Sea, past destructive earthquakes were not caused by supposed megathrust earthquakes as previously thought. And actually, they are more related to the submarine normal fault system recently discovered. So instead of being generated by the cold seismic seafloor displacement, the tsunamis actually were more likely caused by the earthquake trigger submarine slunkings along the fault system. So to summarize, besides the subduction zone earthquakes, we should also keep a watchful eye on the nearshore or onshore strike slip and normal faulting earthquakes for the potential chain disaster effect. So another atypical tsunami source I like to highlight is volcanic activities. So comparing with the earthquakes and landslides, the tsunami generation mechanism of volcano are more diverse. They commonly involve like fluid air coupling, like underwater explosions and fast-moving shock waves in the atmosphere, which can transfer energy from air to sea and force sea waves propagate along with the air. So volcanic activities like caldera and flying collapses, pyroclastic flows are associated with the fluid-solid coupling, for which the seawater is displaced by the solid fluid-like materials. So the reason why volcanic tsunami becomes hot again is because of the violent eruption of Tonga volcano in mid-January 2022. The most exceptional phenomenon of this event is its global reach of tsunami waves caused by fast-moving atmospheric gravity waves. So unlike the conventional tsunami waves, waves generated by this mechanism travel faster and can jump over landmass and reach enclosed water body like Mediterranean and Caribbean seas. And studies suggest that in the near future, the mega tsunami waves with amplitude of 40 meters were possibly triggered by multiple explosions in the near field. So I believe volcanic tsunamis are not stranger to our Indonesian friends at all. In fact, if we compare and plot the historical volcanic tsunami events on a global map, you'll notice that Southeast Asia is one of the most volcanic active region. So according to Global Volcanism Program and several other global volcanic data sets, there are 147 volcanic tsunami events occur since 1700. And among these events, 36 events which account for a quarter of the total events occurred in the Sunshine Sea and the surrounding regions. The two well-known events is the 1883 Terpadu tsunami, which is the most explosive volcanic tsunami events before the 2022 Tonga events. So although several tsunami generation mechanisms of this event have been proposed, including the caldera collapse, explosion, and pyroclastic flows. But due to the limited monitoring data at that time, scientists haven't reached a consensus in terms of which mechanism was responsible for the mega tsunami waves. So of course, comparing with the 1883 Terpadu events, we know quite well that the flying collapse is a key element in the Terpadu tsunami generation process. So the common feature and the most upsetting factor of these listed events are tsunamis were suddenly generated or triggered after many days of eruption. So it's very difficult to predict when will the flank collapse or will the eruption become more violent in the following days and are capable of triggering tsunamis. So as a result, it's very challenging for tsunami warning systems. So a recent study conducted by researchers from GFC, a German research center for geosciences, present a catalog of potentially tsunamigenic volcanoes in Southeast Asia and rank these volcanoes by their tsunami hazard levels. So in total, there are more than 200 active volcanoes in these 4 countries as shown in the map. And around 131 of them are less than 20 kilometers away from the nearest coastline and are considered tsunamigenic. If we zoom in on Indonesia, there are 11 volcanoes, including Terpadu and Batu Tara, are ranking with a particularly high tsunamigenic potential in Indonesia. So The tsunami travel time modeling on these high hazard volcanoes indicates that future events could affect large coastal areas in a short time. So this result actually highlights the importance of individual tsunami hazard assessment for each volcanoes and the importance of dedicated volcanological monitoring and the need for increased preparedness for the potentially affected coasts. So besides the subaerial volcanoes, a more recent study conducted by researchers from Earth Observatory of Singapore also warned that the densely distributed submarine volcanic seamounts in this region are also potential sources for future tsunamis. So as we can see from this map, the density of volcanic seamounts are very high in Banda Sea. So potential hazards related to such submarine volcanic activities should also be taken care of in and around Southeast Asia. So to sum up, more efforts need to be given to active faults or active volcanoes near coastline in future tsunami research. And special attention needs to be paid to the triggering mechanisms of cascading hazard, which can be better studied through more comprehensive geophysical surveys and in situ monitoring. I think I will stop here. Thank you.
Yes, Professor Lin Lin.
Yes.
Is it finished, or is there anything we can help?
Yes, I think I will stop here.
Oh, okay. So that is the end of your presentation. Thank you, Professor Lin
Yes.
Lin. So we would like to thank you first for the remarkable research and also the beneficial informations about tsunami and volcanic activity, right? As atypical events, even if the spatio-temporal is seemingly unrelated. So like the time could be decades or maybe centuries, and also the distance could be beyond countries. And all in all, we would like to thank all the honorable speakers for the beneficial informations. We hope that it will bring benefit for us, the academics in Indonesia, and especially in Universitas Bengkulu.
Okay, now because we have already finished for 3 of honorable and also keynote speaker, now we open for the terms for the questions and answer. So for the first terms, we have 3 questions from our participants in this room or maybe in the panel Zooms. So over here, if you want to ask the questions, please raise your hands. And then maybe you can mention your names and then just ask for the questions to our 3 of the honorable and also keynote speakers here. Please.
Is there any question? From maybe from or maybe from
in this room? Okay, we have 1 participants and then the other one. Okay, directly just give the microphone to him.
Well, I'm Sherlo. I'm from Department of Biology. I think I have a question for Professor Mamoru Kosetsu. I'm being curious about whether or not the isolated compounds from the plants that you are extracted the compound from, whether the compound is actually broad range anti-termite or it's a specific anti-termite. I think that's my questions.
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, all over the world, there are many kinds of we are. Okay, yeah, and all over the world, many kinds of termite we have. I'm not biology, and I'm not sure exactly, but we have a collaborator with Kyoto University, and they are professional regarding the anti-termite, and Yoshimura Sensei, and we visit his laboratory, and we receive some a kind of termite from him. Yeah. Also, we are going to the jungle or around here. There are many termite. Any place we can find. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well, another Prof. Lubis.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So my question actually goes to Prof. Liling from China. Prof. Liling? Yeah, you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually it's a really fantastic presentation. You saw many cases tsunami modeling from various sources. But there are many of tsunami modeling considering tsunami occurrence in the past. But if you look at recently or some other place, the nature actually always strike us. I mean, if we expect tsunami like 2 or 3 meters, sometimes it can be doubled. So what is the range of uncertainty for tsunami model in terms of in general cases? Because sometimes the tsunami can happen in overestimate. I mean, yeah. What is the source? What is the uncertainty of the source? The range of that. So I think it's very important to communicate with society who living actually near shoreline region to dealing and then communicate. It is not exactly number, right? But we have to careful with the range of tsunami. What is your opinion? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. It's a very insightful question. Actually, I think for Indonesian people, we are all. I think in general, Indonesian people are very aware of the tsunami hazard. It's not because right now I work and I work in China, so not Chinese people are not so aware of tsunami hazard. So that's a quite big difference. But we all need to prepare for such like sudden hazard. So I think in my today's talk, I'm trying harder to emphasize the so-called atypical tsunami source. The reason I try to emphasize is this, like we are all more aware of the tsunamis from subduction zone, like Sunda Trench, but we are less aware that actually tsunami can happen in almost all the coastlines. So for coastal communities which are not living not nearby the subduction zone, we still need to be aware that even the drag slip earthquake or normal faulting system or the earthquakes from normal faulting system, they can trigger submarine landslide, and submarine landslide may be the main trigger of tsunamis. So that's why for all the coastal residents need to keep in mind that such hazard can happen. And this is extremely important, but also extremely challenging for tsunami research. As Professor Lubis mentioned, there's so much uncertainties when we study, we are trying to do the tsunami warning, early warning. If we're talking about volcanic activities, we all know that the Palu earthquake, we all know that the Ana Krakatau volcano actually has been erupting for several months, but it only like suddenly trigger a tsunami after several months eruption. So it's very difficult to predict when the lateral flank will collapse. So that's a real challenge. I think that's also the real challenge of we never know whether an earthquake will trigger a submarine landslide. So I think that's the research direction, our future research direction. And also I'm very happy to work with our Indonesian colleagues on these research topics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Leonid, for the explanations. I think, and then we have a last questions from these sessions. Who wants to ask the questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you for your chance to give me a small question. I would like to let me introduce my name is Indra Lasmana Tarigan. I came from Jambi. It's a different province from Bengkulu. Thank you. We would like to ask about to Prof. Mamoru Koketsu. It's regarding the have you conduct the anti-termite? I mean the mechanism pathway, whether you use in silico or in vitro assay for specific enzyme inhibitor that you have isolate the compound, even this isolate from the plant or the synthesis plant. And the second one, you did several modification structure, and how then you find the I have to modify the first compound to add some functional group. Is that you did the I mean the prediction before, then you synthesize, or you just randomly and then do synthesize? That's my question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. That's really interesting questions. Maybe Prof. Koketsu, you can answer the questions, please.
Okay, thank you for your question. And actually, first question, we are chemists and we isolate compound and then structure determination and check the anti-termite activity. Only we check the phenomena regarding the anti-termite, and we don't know the mechanism or something like that. So near future we have to do that, but I'm not sure about it. Yeah. And also second question, I'm not cannot understand exactly, but maybe structure determination or something. Yeah, and actually, modification of the structure, we have to check the several reaction condition. So, and it's a try and error, and there's so many kind of reaction, and we try, and finally we using small scale, and after that, if succeeded, we continue the large scale to get the pure compound, and we check the structure is it correct or not using spectral data, NMR or mass spec or something. Yeah, and after that, we check the biological activity like that. Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Koketsu, from the answer. Okay, well, I think we almost finished for the first sessions. Before we finish for the first sessions, maybe if you still have a patience from you all here, you can write down your questions. And then, especially for example, if you want to ask the questions to Professor Kazli, so you can write your questions and then just send to the committee, and then we will send the questions to the emails directly contacting to him. Yep. Okay. Well, before we close for the sessions, plenary session first, we will give the appreciations certificate to our 3 honorable and keynote speaker. For the first certificate will be given by our deans directly to the Professor Koketsu. And then the other certificate will be given from virtual Zooms because to Professor Lin Lin and also to Professor Madia Mukazli bin Mustafa. Okay, for the first sessions, we will give the appreciations of the certificate to Professor Mamoru Koketsu, to our Dean. Please, okay. Okay, so this certificate will be given by our deans because it become the appreciation. So give applause to Professor Koketsu for the speech for today. Some of the merchandise, yeah. Okay. Okay, it's a special cake from Bengkulu, yeah. Okay, once again, we give applause to Professor Koketsu. Thank you so much for the speech for today. Okay, well, and then the second certificate will be given to Professor Madia Mukazli bin Mustafa. This is the it's wrong. From UPF. Okay, so this is the second certificate we give to Professor Madia Mukazli bin Mustafa, and then the other certificate, the last certificate, we will give to Professor Lin Lin. Okay, so this is the certificate of the appreciations to Professor Lin Lin. Thank you so much for a special and also for a great presentations and the informations that informed to all of the participants in Basis Tora. We do hope that Prof. Lin Lin, maybe some days you can visit to Indonesia, especially to Bengkulu, to enjoy the Bengkulu someday. Thank you so much once again to Professor Lin Lin, and give applause to her. Okay, maybe we can finish for the first sessions of the plenary sessions. So I, the moderator, Dr. Rizky Hadibo, and also my partner,
Siti Hairunisa Nur Fahmi.
So we say thank you so much to become the moderator here, and then we will take a break for a moment before we continue for the second plenary sessions. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dulu itu muni berkata, melah balik, tapi adik mungkin dalam. Berkata kuda kari, muni digumpung serai, kata adik ndak balik, ndak nunggu cuci kuda. Kura kari, dulu itu muni berkata, melah balik, tapi adik mungkin dalam. Betapa kura kari, nyemuni di gumpung segai, kata adik melah balik, kata adik kalau kudai. Kata kura kari, melompat ke dalam payau, lompat kakak ngajak balik, tapi adik belum nyarilah.
Pak Abid, untuk sesi acara minta tolong banget untuk semua student diharapkan masuk mengisi ini semua ya, jangan ada yang di luar lagi ya. Jadi maksudnya semuanya biar penuh.
Berkata kura kari, nyemuni di gumpung segai, kata kakak adik melah balik, kata adik kalau kudai. Berkata kura kari, melompat ke dalam payau, lompat kakak ngajak balik, tapi adik belum nyarilah. Berkata kura kari, nyemuni di gumpung serai, kata kakak adik melah balik, kata adik kalau kudai. Berkata kura kari, melompat ke dalam payau, lompat kakak ngajak balik, tapi adik belum nyarilah. Kura kari, dulu itu muni berkata, melah balik, tapi adik mungkin dalam. Berkata kura kari, muni digumpung.
Okay, maybe for all participants, you can take your seat again because we are going to the next session. It's the second session of the plenary session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, kindly we can start our second session of the plenary session.
Ya, mungkin
Teman-teman yang masih di belakang boleh mungkin langsung kembali ke tempat duduk masing-masing. Plenary session yang kedua akan segera dimulai ya. Okay, first thing first, I think I would like to say welcome back to the first Basic and Applied Sciences International Symposium of Tropical and Coastal Research 2024. I'm Sherlo, and here's my partner,
Zazan Rahmadanti.
We are honored to be your moderator for the second plenary session. For the participants, I think it is better for you to have a seat.
Kindly we ask you to have a seat again before we start the second session of the plenary session.
Okay, thank you for the attention. Then, just like the first plenary sessions, I think the systematic will be the same. Our panelists will give or deliver their presentations for 20 minutes. And after that, we follow it with the Q&A questions. And yeah, I think we are all here actually can wait or very much looking forward for the presentations from our panelists. So I'll give it to my partner to introduce our first panelist. Zaza,
Okay,
please.
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the next session. It's the second session of the plenary session. We have 3 speakers for the second session of the plenary. The first one is Professor Warlanso Ashimray. The second one is Professor Salameh Sadagat. And the last one is Professor Mohsin Kazi. Okay, for the first speaker, we have Professor Warlanso Ashimray. First thing first, we would like to make sure the Professor Warlanso Ashimray already in this Zoom session. Oh, okay. Okay, I would like to introduce our speakers today. The first one is Professor Warlanso Ashimray. She is an associate professor and specifically work on nursing field in Christian Institute of Health Science and Research, Dimapur, Nagaland. Her recent publication in 2023, the title is Utilization and Determinants of Antenatal Care Services, and she has awarded on Sarama Gorge Prize for the best student in Master Science Obstetrics and Gynecology Nursing for the academic year of 2015 to 2016. Okay, without any further ado, for Professor Warlanso Ashimray, kindly we're very much looking for your presentation. Please.
Please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to apologize for my backdrop. I don't know how to adjust it. I was trying my best, so I hope that will not cause a distraction.
That's okay.
That's okay. That's
Thank
fine.
you. Thank you. I'm sharing my slides. I hope that's visible.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's already visible.
Okay. I am a faculty of belonging to a midwifery department, but in India, we don't have a midwifery department as such that is standalone. We have it in the combination with a gynecological department. And so I'm a faculty that works in the department called as the OBG nursing. I would like to present a study that I guided a group of students. It's entitled as The Prevalence of Exclusive Breastfeeding and Factors Influencing Breastfeeding Practices. Before I go to that, I want to state recent changes that has been taking place in our institute. Of course, I would believe it will be happening elsewhere. We usually do quantitative research. All these years, quantitative seems to be easier, I would say. Not that it's easiest. We would go with descriptive. I do have faculties who have done experimental, but we have not been able to do the RCT studies.
Okay, Professor, before you
recently I
continue,
attended-
can you just let's show the presentation?
Yes, I'm staying with this and I will continue. This is just to
Okay,
highlight what I'm
thank
trying
you.
Thank you, Prof.
Sorry, yeah. So in the recent changes that is happening in our institute right now is we're trying to shift from quantitative to qualitative. And as I attended a workshop on qualitative studies, I realized that qualitative is very exciting, very it's very different from quantitative. But for us to shift directly from quantitative to qualitative can be a little challenging. So we were suggested to start with something in between. So now we came up with a study where we wanted to do a mixed method where it's partly quantitative and partly qualitative. So this study is a qual mixed method study. Why did we choose to do this study is because we believe that breastfeeding is the best way, the best method, or the best product a child can get. As we know about breastfeeding, it's not just easy, but it is the best nutritious food for the infant. Now we understand that there has been a shift. There is a change in the cultural landscape of breastfeeding. In India, and I think it's everywhere, but particularly focusing in India and in my state called Nagaland, there has been a shift. And this shift is because many mothers now are opting for supplementary bottle feeding. Now, there is a recent statistics that has been given by the Global Breastfeeding Scorecard in 2017, saying they had this somewhere 119 countries that they actually studied. And out of that, only 23 nations report that 60% of their mothers were breastfeeding. CDC in 2022 said that of a report in 2019, only 24, that is 25% of mothers actually did breastfeeding. Now in India, particularly focusing in Nagaland, this is the National Family Health Survey Report 5, which showed that there is a slight decline in Nagaland, particularly in the state that I am in the exclusive breastfeeding rate. That is it was 44.3 in the fourth report, and in the fifth report, it says that it has declined to 43.2%. Now, seeing this shift, particularly in Nagaland, why there is a decrease where there should be an increase with the many programs that has come in, we were interested to know what are the factors that could have actually influenced mothers who are breastfeeding to continue exclusive, and for those mothers who couldn't, what were their barriers? So our research design was a convergent mixed method, both quant and qualitative. Our objectives were mainly to assess the prevalence of exclusive breastfeeding, and then we also wanted to identify the factors. In this identifying the factors, we were both going to see what was the quantitative effect and what was the factors and what was the qualitative factors. We had 123 mothers overall who participated, and out of 123 mothers, 21 mothers who practiced exclusive breastfeeding were interviewed separately, and 13 mothers who did not practice exclusive breastfeedings were also interviewed. Our inclusion criteria are mothers who had a child between 6 months to 2 years, and mothers who understood the local dialect, and the others like English, Hindi, and Assamese. Our exclusion criteria was a mother who would come who was not a biological mother, plus who had a very sick infant and would not be able to participate in the study. Our sampling technique, for the quantitative, we use the consecutive sampling technique, and for the qualitative, we use the purposive sampling technique. Our data collection procedure was we had to obtain approvals and permission from all the heads, from the IRB, from the scientific committee. And after getting this approval, we went to the departments, and we mainly went to 2 departments. One was the OPD, that was the outpatient department, where we had many mothers come in for immunization. And then we also went to the child ward, that is the pediatric ward, where we had many children being admitted. And so we identified the mothers, and we maintained the confidentiality by giving them code numbers. We also had the consent taken, and we also gave them an information sheet informing in detail about the study. We did an interview method where we had 3 interviewers, where inter-rater reliability was all tested. And then we had to take a consent also that especially for when we were assessing the factors that their audio, the interview would be recorded, only the audio.
I'm sorry.
For the quali-
I'm sorry, Prof. The slide is not moved at all.
My slides are not moving, but it's moving here, sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
it's not moving?
No, it doesn't.
Where is it stuck? Sorry.
It's still in the title.
It's still in the first page.
No, I've been moving from since when? Oh, sorry, wait, let me.
Yeah, I have no idea about the.
Maybe you can stop.
Where is the Zoom? Sorry, I've been sharing.
Okay. Prof, there is some suggestions here that you can stop your screen first, then you start to share screen, but you choose the slide share. Yeah.
I click this.
Share
right
screen again.
here. Can you see?
And yeah, we can see it, but can you just move the page just to make sure that the slide is moved? The presentation doesn't move. Okay.
I'm sorry for the thing.
Yeah. There is an option there to
Yes.
share my screen, and then.
Yeah, I typed in my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it's wrong. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Share the entire screen.
I share.
The entire screen. The
This
windows.
is this. I'm sharing this. Yes.
Mm-hmm. No.
Can you see the share my thing, sir? Sir.
Yeah. We can see the slides, but it doesn't move. Oh, now it can.
Now already moved to the next page.
I'm so sorry. I am extremely sorry. I was thinking it is moving.
Okay.
It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, I think you can actually choose
Do the
slideshow.
slideshow in the below of the screen.
Where do I choose the slideshow?
Slideshow is in the right corner.
Right, yeah,
And the
I
bottom.
choose
Okay,
that.
yeah, that's
Yes.
okay.
That's
Is it moving?
Exactly. Is it moving precisely? Yeah, I'm sorry,
Wonderful.
Professor, you can continue your
I'm
presentation.
extremely sorry. I thought it was moving. I'll just continue where I stop.
No, I think we get the idea that you have presented to us before. Just continue
Yeah.
from where you stop.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm so sorry. I didn't know that it was not moving.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. So what happened was when we did the data collection, we used two things. The other one was we used an SPSS version where we collected all the quantitative data and fit in there for analysis. And then for the qualitative, we use a thematic analysis where we transcripted all the audio recorded and all the audio recordings. And we also had to retranslate the Hindi, Assamese, and Nagamese into English dialect. Presenting to you the results, these are some of the demographic variables. If you look at this, we had an age of 50-50 between 20 to 31 years old and 32 to 41 years old. Majority of our participants came from a nuclear family, and most of our mothers were graduate. Their husband's education was also graduate, majority of them, and their income was in between 15,000 to 50,000. We had mothers majority of them unemployed, whereas their husbands were the earning members, and majority of them lived in the urban areas. In the clinical variables, we had 69% who were multi-parents. We also had majority of the mothers who had at least 4 antenatal visits and more. We had mothers, 59 of them who underwent normal delivery, and 84% of them delivered in the institution. This is one reason. This is the reason why all of them are delivering in institution is because that's the we are motivating mothers to do in the institutional delivery. The reason is because we have many mothers who have delivered at home with more complications, and then 80% of them did have postnatal follow-up. That was at 6th week. The prevalence of exclusive breastfeeding practices in this present study showed that 66% actually had, whereas 34 didn't. We also wanted to find out if they had any exposure to education regarding exclusive breastfeeding, and 79% of them said no. Only 21 said yes. And we also were interested to know, when do they think that it was the best time to stop the breastfeeding to the mothers? Interestingly, only 28% of them said we can breastfeed till 2 years. 2% said 6% said we can go beyond 2 years. But the rest of them, even some of mothers said in 5 months we should stop breastfeeding. Now, quantitatively, we found out that there was only one variable that influenced the breastfeeding practices, and that was husband's education. And it was interesting to know that when the husband had better education, the outcome for breastfeeding the duration was longer. In qualitative, there were many things that came up. Under enablers of exclusive breastfeeding, we had about 6. And then in barriers of exclusive breastfeeding, we had 4. We'll go into detail very quickly. In the enablers of exclusive breastfeeding, the first and the most common reason that we got was family support. In family support, there were 2 sub-themes that came up. One was the support from the husband, and one was from the mother-in-law. They said that it was because of their husband's support that enabled them to continue breastfeeding, because the husband ensured that they had rest, they had good food, and they were the one taking turns to take care of the kid, of the child. The other one also said, I'm just highlighting few quotations that were said by the participants. One woman also said, I even wanted to give up breastfeeding, but because my husband was the one who supported me and told me that I should give breast milk, that is one reason why I did not. Coming to support from mother and mother-in-law, we also found out that many of the participants say that their mothers came all the way from village to take care of them so that they could take care. They also say that even their mother-in-laws assisted in the breastfeeding. So with this study, we wanted to encourage all the husbands in this symposium. If you are a husband, if you are a mother or a mother-in-law, you and I play a very important role to ensure that our mothers or our wives or our partners are actually continuing exclusive breastfeeding. We come to self-motivation, the other theme that emerged from this study. And we realized that this was a most influential and very strong, it had a very strong influence on the mother to continue breastfeeding. And they said that just the thought that they have to care for the baby, or the love that they had for the baby because they are a mother, gave them this strong motivation to say, I must give because this is the best food for the infant. So one of them said, if you become a mother, there's nothing more important than your child. A mother can do anything for her child. That's how I was able to do it. Okay. Coming to spiritual factors, there were mothers who also said one reason why they could do it was because they felt it was God who enabled them, and that it was by God's strength that they did not have much difficulty. Coming to mother's occupation, we also had participants, mothers who told us that because they were housewives, it gave them more space and more time to consider and for exclusive breastfeeding, and that was one reason why they could continue. Coming to health education and perceived health benefits for the infant, this was one thing that came up where mothers said because of the education that they got from there, irrespective of whether it could be a health professional, it could be their friends, it could be from their own husband or from their relatives, it enabled them knowing that this breast milk was actually influencing the health of the infant. Previous experience, it was interesting to know that mothers saying, because I had a good experience with my first pregnancy or second pregnancy and the first child and the second child, I was able to do it for the present child. And so I could continue for the next 6 months. Coming to barriers of exclusive breastfeeding, one of the main reasons as to why many mothers gave up was because they perceived that there was an insufficient breast milk production. And this was one reason why they said, they had to opt for a bottle feeding or supplementary feedings. Some mothers even said that they tried many methods, drinking papaya or something, any other powder that was given by the doctors, but it was nothing. They were not able to continue because they felt that even with these measures, still there was insufficient breast milk production. Lack of education. This team highlights that some mothers did not receive information about breastfeeding, and so they thought that it is important for them to have additional water or some other things because they thought that the breast milk alone will not be enough for the growth of the child. The other one was maternal health problems. We had mothers who came and said, I wanted to continue. Excuse me, I wanted to continue, but because I had health issue, like for example, one mother specified saying that she had a boil or a lump in her breast, which she had to go for treatment. And in the course of the treatment, the medication that she had to take had interfered with the milk production. Coming to the health status of the child, which was one thing that arose. Many mothers also say we had to give up breast milk because the child got sick and was too weak to suck. And so we had to go to bottle feeding or supplementary feedings. The last but not the least theme in the barriers to exclusive breastfeeding is cultural and traditional practice. Now, this theme explores the experiences of mother concerning local, cultural, and traditional practices that is associated with breastfeeding. Some mothers said that their desires were actually influenced by the advice by the advice that they got from their neighbors, the older folks in the community, and they were encouraged in such a way, saying that you were brought up this way. We fed you by 3 months. We fed you by 4 months. We even fed you even before you reached 6 months. And so, because of such influence, the mothers verbalized that we also ended up giving, supplementary feeds to our child. So these are some of the findings of the studies that we did. Now, just to conclude the study, we wanted to say that this study actually highlights the importance of family support, mainly the husband, the mother, and the mother-in-law, and the self-motivation. These factors are one of the most influential factors, and also this study highlights the importance of emphasizing on the barriers. We need to address the barriers if we want to promote adoption and to increase the prevalence of exclusive breastfeeding. And we hope that we hope to present this these findings to the administrators. So by understanding these factors, we're hoping that policies can be developed to promote exclusive breastfeeding for mothers, not just in our community, but in the other community too. I would like to acknowledge my students who actually helped me in this study. There were 7 of them. Thank you.
Okay, let us give applause for the Professor Warlanso Ashimray. Very insightful information for this session. Maybe I can sum up for your presentation. Professor Warlanso Ashimray said that very insightful information about the prevalency of exclusive breastfeeding and factor influencing breastfeeding practices. That Professor Warlanso researched before the factor influencing breastfeeding, such as family support, self-motivation, spiritual factory, mother's occupation, health education and perceived health, and the last one is previous experience. For the question and answer, we will do the discuss after all speakers have been done. Take the presentation first. For the second speakers, I'll take my partners for the introduce our speakers.
Okay, well, our second panelist is Professor Salameh Sedagat. She is an assistant professor at the Boin Zahra Technical University with specialty in numerical analysis, practical calculus, fractional calculus, and spatial functions. When she was a master's student at the Al-Zahra University, she graduated as the first ranked student from Al-Zahra University. So, Prof. Salameh, please.
Hello and welcome.
Waalaikumsalam, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay. Do you have my voice?
Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
your
we
voice.
can hear your voice.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk about numerical solution of the fractional differential equation using eta function. First, I want to talk about fractional calculus. Many systems in science and engineering can be modeled by employing fractions. For this reason, we need to study fractional calculus. To show the application of fractional calculus, I want to study cell population dynamics. Stem cells are a special type of cells that have 2 important properties. They are able to produce more cells like themselves, that is their self-renewal, and they can become other cells that do different things, such as fat cells, bone cells, blood cells, and others that do differences in a process known as differentiations. Stem cells are found in almost all tissues of the body. During the development from stem cells to macros, various processes at the cellular level derive the cell population dynamics. These include division, self-renewal, differentiation, and mortality. The rate of the self-renewal rate is equal to the probability that the daughter cells have the same properties as their parent cells. Assume X1 and X2 shows the concentration of stem cells and mature cells at time t, and assume during a cell replication, zeta1 and zeta2 are the rate of stem cell division and stem cell self-renewal. So with the probability zeta1 times zeta2, cell replication leads to identical offspring, and with a probability 1 minus zeta2 times zeta1, daughter cells are exported to the mature cells. Suppose that alpha is the parameter dependent on the heterogeneity property of the stem cells. So we have equation 1. In equation 1, mu1 is the mortality rate of stem cells, and at the first of equation, d to the alpha is the fractional derivatives. Alpha can be non-integer parameter. Also, when a cell replicates, it produces two daughter cells. So with the probability 2 times 1 minus zeta 2 times zeta 1, the daughter cells there are two mature cells. Here, again, if alpha is a parameter dependent on the heterogeneity property of the mature cells, we have equation 2. Now we have a system of fractional differential equation. Now I want to talk about this part, d to the alpha or alpha derivatives. What is the fractional derivative? Cauchy's formula for repeated integration is defined as this equation. Riemann and Liouville continued Cauchy's result by replacing this part, n minus 1 factorial, with the gamma function. And we have this definition for the fractional integral operators. The Riemann-Liouville fractional integral operators of order alpha is defined as this equation, equation 4. It is obvious in integral, that's integral in equation 4, exists for all x on interval 0 and t, because the integrand is the production of a integrable function f of t and continuous function x minus t to the alpha minus 1 for alpha bigger than or equal to 1. But when alpha is between 0 and 1, at first sight it is unclear, it's a bit unclear. But the next theorem by Chi Dittel justify the definition. Chi proved that for f in L1 belong to in L1 of 0 and t, this integral exists for all x on interval 0 and t. For this definition, for fractional integral operators, we have another operators, alpha derivative, fractional derivative. The special operators defined as this equation is called the Riemann-Liouville fractional differential operators. In this equation, at the first of page, this symbol is the ceiling integer part of alpha, and f of x is a continuous function. So by using the definition of Riemann-Liouville fractional integral and by using the properties of gamma function, we have this definition for fractional derivatives. The Riemann-Liouville's fractional derivatives of order alpha is defined as equation 5. Here alpha is between n minus 1 and n is equal to the ceiling integer part of alpha. And so in this section, I want to give you two more definitions for a left-sided and right-sided fractional integral. It is similar to the fractional integral. The only difference is about this part, the limit of integration. And so we have, by using this equation, we have the inverse operators, the Riemann-Liouville fractional of left-sided and right-sided as these two equations. We need this equation in the following. Okay, now I want to talk about special functions and orthogonal polynomials. Special functions and orthogonal polynomials play an important role in the solution of differential equation, partial differential equation, and fractional differential equation. The most commonly questioned study we encounter in the study special functions and orthogonal polynomials is about the series expansion, the integral representation, and the generating differential equation of this equation. First, I want to talk about some important and classic orthogonal polynomials such as Jacobi polynomials, Laguerre polynomials, and Bessel functions. And we want to study the integral representation of them, the generating differential equation, and then I want to speak about eta functions and special functions. Jacobi polynomials of order n has the same expansion of this equation. And ASCII and Fitch find that for this condition, we have these two integral representation for Jacobi polynomials. These results were used to obtain the Riemann-Liouville fractional and fractional integral and derivatives, and we use them for solving fractional differential or partial differential equation. About Laguerre polynomials, we know that Laguerre polynomial has the same expansion as this equation, and generalized Laguerre polynomials has this same expansion. Koshilkov and ASCII obtained this T2 integral representation, including Laguerre polynomials. And after years, some mathematicians used these two integral for obtain the fractional integral of including Laguerre polynomial for solving fractional differential equation. And the last classic orthogonal function is Bessel functions. We know that Bessel functions has the same expansion as this equation. Solving integral for Bessel function is defined as this equation and this equation. And these equations are concerning to the Riemann-Liouville fractional derivatives and integral, including Bessel functions. All of these results used for solving fractional differential equation without approximation of fractional operators, and they give us exact value for this Riemann-Liouville fractional integral and derivatives. Now I want to talk about special functions, eta functions. Eta functions have been introduced by Exaro for the first time for solving Schrödinger equations. These functions are powerful tools for deriving the approximation of functions with trigonometric or hyperbolic variations, which have auxiliary character too. Eta functions denoted by eta n of x and defined as equation 11. Eta function can be obtained for n equals 1, 2, 3 as equation 11, where eta minus 1 and eta 0 is defined as equation 12. You can see here for negative and 0x, they are in base of trigonometric functions, and for positive x, they are in base of hyperbolic functions. So they are powerful tools for deriving the approximation of functions with trigonometric or hyperbolic variation. Eta functions have this value, equation 13, at 0. Here, the symbol is double factorial. For example, 5 double factorial equals 5 times 3 times 1, only odd numbers. Exaro find that the generic differential equation of eta functions is defined as equation 14. You can see it is the differential equation, and the solution of this equation is eta function. And here, nu is non-integer number, and it's bigger than negative 1. We prove that eta functions have this series expansion. And by using the famous legend polynomial, we have another series expansion in base of right functions at equation 15. Here, you can see the graph of eta functions for different value of nu. Here you can see for nu 0, half, 1, and others. And for different value of x, it is in this page. Also, we have investigated some properties of eta functions. For example, we know that the derivative of eta functions of order n can be obtained from equation 16. This equation helps us to find the operational matrix of derivatives for eta functions. And we know that near to x, eta function has this behavior as equation 17. Another important thing that we want to know about eta functions is about the integral representation of them. By using Hankel's representation and by using the series expansion of exponential function, we can obtain integral representation of eta function of order nu as 18. Also, we obtain another representation for eta functions, integral representation, loop integral representation of this equation. And we find that for integral from -infinity to 0, we have equation 19 for eta function of order nu. By using these two integral representation, we can obtain a Riemann-Liouville fractional integral and derivatives, including eta functions in the following, and we want to use them for solving fractional differential equation. The last property of eta function is about the Laplace transform of eta function of order nu. We obtain that the Laplace transform of eta function of order nu can be obtained from equation 20. In equation 20, capital E is the Mittag-Leffler function. Mittag-Leffler function has the important role in the fractional calculus. The behavior of it is similar to exponential function in differential equation and other partial differential equation. Now, we want to introduce two fractional operators for eta function. We find that the Riemann-Liouville fractional integral of order nu for eta function of order nu is obtained from equation 22. So we find that the Riemann-Liouville, the left-sided Riemann-Liouville fractional integral of eta function, we find that exactly is to the mu eta nu minus mu. And it helps us, we thought, approximate these fractional operators, we obtain it. By using this equation, equation 22 for fractional integral of eta function, but only by replacing mu by 1 minus mu, we find that the Riemann-Liouville fractional derivatives of eta function as equation 23. And you can see the left-sided Riemann-Liouville fractional derivative of eta nu can be obtained from the end of this equation, and we can obtain it directly. Okay. Now, in this section, by using this integral representation, we want to give you a numerical solution for fractional differential equations. In this section, we want to employ a spectral collocation method to solve this equation, equation 24. It is the fractional differential equation of order mu, and it is the left-sided Riemann-Liouville derivatives. Here, f and g are given non-function, and the initial condition give as y of 0 equals to y0. For this purpose, we approximate the unknown function y of x by with the finite sum of basis function as 26. In equation 26, phi of x is defined as this equation, and C are unknown coefficients. Here in equation 26, phi Rx can be Legend polynomial, Jacobi polynomial, Chebyshev polynomials, and eta functions. And now I want to use eta functions as a base function. By replacing equation 26 in equation 24, and we have equation 27. And for initial condition, we use this equation 2, and we have equation 28. Now we want to solve this system by using Chebyshev collocation nodes. In equation 27 and 28, we have a system of m plus 1 nonlinear equation that can be solved for the unknown vector C. Now we apply the numerical method to solve two test problems. We consider 4 base function, Legend polynomials, and Fourier polynomials, and eta functions and Bessel function for this equation. In example 1, we suppose that f and g are given as these two equations, and the exact solution of equation is sine hyperbolic of square root of x over square root of x. First, we suppose that mu is equal to 1, because for mu equals to 1, we know the exact solution of this equation, of this example, and we solve it by using eta functions as a base function. And you can see for only 2 members of base function, we obtain these convergency for the solution of this example. Next, we suppose that we want to solve this equation with trigonometric functions, Bessel functions, Legend polynomial, and eta functions. And you can see in these figures, eta functions give us a very good approximation for the solution of this equation. And you can see Bessel functions and Legend polynomials don't act very good at all, but Legend polynomials is much better than this equation. Bessel function and trigonometry doesn't have a good behavior for this equation. Now, for different value of mu is fractional order of the fractional differential equation. We solve this example by using eta functions and Chebyshev nodes as the collocation points. And you can see the behavior of the solution of this example as this figure. Another example we investigate is this example. You can see f and g and the exact solution. Again, we choose mu equals to 1, and for m equals to 6, m is the number of the base functions. We solve this equation by using Bessel functions, Legend polynomials, and eta functions. And you can see here for eta functions, we have the convergency of order 10 to the minus 13. And also we obtain the solution a fractional order for different value of mu as the figure B, and you can see the behavior of the solution as this figure. So we find that for functions with trigonometric or hyperbolic functions, eta functions are a good case for approximation the solution of this equation. Here you can see some references that I have used them. Example is the first one, suggests eta functions for solve the Schrödinger equation and obtain some properties of this equation. And you can see more information about SM cells in the third reference. And the main result of this talk obtained in the second reference, and you can find a lot of information, and it is a very good book about fractional calculus in the last references. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, it's really an insightful presentation from Prof. Salameh Seragat. I even have no idea that we can use mathematics to explain biological phenomena such as cell reproduction. Okay, I think the next panelist will be introduced by my partner.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the last speaker of the session. We have Professor Mohsin Kazi. Professor Mohsin Kazi is a professor at the College of Pharmacy, King Saud University in Saudi Arabia. With a strong academic and industry background, he has made significant contributions to pharmacy through his research in advanced drug delivery systems. With over 180 scientific publications, he continues to inspire and educate future pharmacists while advancing pharmaceutical science. He is currently ranked in top 2 of the world's most cited scientists according to Elsevier's database. Let us give applause for Professor Mohsin Kazi. And for Professor Mohsin Kazi, we are looking very much for your presentation, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Apa kabar semua?
Baik,
Prof.
Alhamdulillah baik, Prof.
Thank you so much. It's an honor, and I love Bengkulu. You know, it's a fantastic place, and I have been there last year. Let's see. I would like to start with giving enormous, what should I say, like thank and love to Dr. or Professor Sal, who invited to speak this is the first international symposium on basic and applied sciences, I think, and I'm really proud to be part of it. And I was like listening other speakers, they were giving their talk. It's a fantastic event, I have to say. So it's really proud, and thank you all, actually, the moderator, and I would like to thank the audience as well to be with me for the next, I think, 20 minutes. If I'm the last one, but I may need a few minutes more. It's okay, I deserve, right?
Right.
Okay, as you know, thank you. I just would like to show you a few slides as you can track where I'm just speaking from. It's in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. It's Saudi. I know that you know about it. It's in West Asia, in the Middle East. Okay, it's the largest country in this Arabian Peninsula. It's the second largest, country which promoted tourism and achieved it from the last few years. So I realized that it's better to just show you a few exciting things about the country, where the country is undergoing major economic diversification and as well as tourism, So it's a few nice the places and things that you can just come and visit. There's the empty quarter. I know it's a barren land, but a lot of chances to, explore. And on the top right, that this is, I think UNESCO is just putting this as a wonder, I think. It's an elephant rock in Medina province. So it was quite like almost 5 to 7,000 years old, thing that you can, say that they're bringing in the history. So, and Saudi these days actually developing a high-tech city. It's called NEOM. This is the first in the world. The city would be developed without any carbon emission. So it's really very exciting that by 2030, almost 1 million people can live in this city, and the whole world will be accessible within like 3 to 4 hours. It's called the line, it's all would be interconnected, all the universities, shopping malls, everything would be within 5 to 10 minutes, the distance. So this is really exciting. The reason that I'm showing you, so I'm just inviting you to the place. And this is like where I'm from, King Saud University. If you look at the bird's eye view on the top left, it's almost 9 square miles area. We have actually KSU ranked 90 this year world ranking. So it's a significant move. For the university, we have almost 45,000 students and over 3,500 faculty members, more than 18 colleges. The pharmacy college has 5 different departments. We have we enrolled 950 students, including undergrad, postgrad, and research students, postdoctoral fellows, all those. It's really in terms of like research, we are pioneering in the Middle East. So that's like all. So please, inshallah, in the near future, I would love to see you guys. Anyone interested, contact me, and I will organize this the visit. So let me just introduce now the research that I have in with my group. It's like a dosing. Actually, I think I'm the here in the pure pharmaceutics guy, as far as I just was exploring your presentations. So I will be talking about a technology that's help you to, prepare the dose for the treatment and giving the different options. So it's called actually a nanoformulation, self-nanoemulsifying drug delivery systems. Actually, these delivery systems came into the limelight when during the COVID, that times, especially when they were bringing liposomal formulations for the vaccine. So I'll just give you the information. It would be brief because I know in 20 minutes we cannot cover a lot of slides or research. And then I will just a little bit of overview. I'll be with you with the overviews of solidification technique, like how we can solidify liquid formulation into like pellets and different capsules, okay? So just think about it's a dose like that you are taking, at some stage. It could be for any treatment. This is what we actually do. And then combining 2 different drugs in one formulation or one dosage form. Because sometimes we take 2 medications for one disease, for let's say for diabetes or any other disease, you take 2 different combinations. So we can put together, so it can give you less hassles. One dose you can take and it's So the other things that I will show you, it's a personalized, 3D printing techniques for the personalized medicine. Sometimes some medications you cannot take as it is, where it comes from the large scale manufacturing. For example, paracetamol is always like 500 milligram, hydrocortisone at different strand. But sometimes for the kids, you don't need that whole dosage form. So If you want to make less, you can do it by 3D printing techniques. Okay, so let's now come to the nanoparticles that I was talking about. If you look at the scale, especially, we know when you say nano, it's especially 1 to 1,000, but we are talking about here like around 100 nanometers or less, because to make it more efficient. If you see in the scale, an animal cell, it's about like 10,000 nanometers. So that I'm just talking about talking here about 100 or 50 nanometer, which is almost 1,000 times less than an animal cell. So the formulation can be targeted for any like cell line, so that it can easily penetrate to the cell. So it can easily can be targeted. So the major benefits for this nano formulation is it is highly stable, and it is biodegradable, biocompatible, and it has a high surface area. For the oral administration, it can easily like solubilize and release, as well as it has high surface area, so high dissolution profile. Therefore, high amount of drug can be available in the bloodstream. So it's highly bioavailable, and then that means it's highly, it has high efficacy through these nanoparticles, nanoformulation design. So these are basically composed of lipids and surfactants, mostly natural lipids you can use, as well as synthetic. These things along the line, it's introduced in 1950 first with the nanoemulsions, and that nanoemulsion was like a little bit unstable along the timeline. Now we have more advanced nanoformulation, nanostructure lipid, solid lipid nanoparticles, which are like more stable, and has high solubility, and these are targetable and and can be triggered for different disease. So the target is to carry a high amount of drug in the core, like especially the water insoluble drug. And this water insoluble drug is high in number at present, and in the market, as well as the new drugs that coming from the discovery pipeline. It's over, you can say 80 to 90% drugs are problematic and water insoluble. So we are targeting those 80 to 90% drug through this nanoformulation design. So if you look at like new drug molecule from the discovery pipeline, and you can see that the drugs which are than 100 microgram, the solubility, these are almost 75% drugs, and they are like greaseball type or bricks, like the pure brick dust. So it doesn't actually go through very easily in the systemic circulation. Even if you take it orally, it just precipitates in the stomach. It cannot go further, to the blood. That's why it doesn't work. So as a high number of these drugs, actually, the formulation scientists have real problem. They have a great problem to formulate or make the dose, like tablet, capsules, whatever you say. And if you compare these drugs with a marble stone, then you can understand even a marble stone has a solubility like 13 microgram per mil, you can see here. But the drugs that I will show you later on, example like epigenine or phenylfibrate, these drugs we work in our lab, and it has solubility of less than even 5 microgram, 2.16 and 3 microgram, which is less than a marble stone. So that means that you are taking regularly, the people who takes phenylfibrate for lipid regulations or even for diabetes, those sort of drug, it is worse than a marble stone. So you are taking marble stones every day. So this is really problematic, and our job as a formulation scientist to make sure that these drugs are good when you take it and easily solubilized in the stomach and go to the systemic circulation. And currently it has a great success. With these systems, it's called SNETS technology. This is self-nanoemulsifying drug delivery systems, nanoformulations. You know, so with this technology, more than 48 products are in the market, you know, and you can just make this product for different route of administration, you know, route. For example, oral, injectables, you know, topical, ocular, nasal, and inhalation. And currently you have like almost more than 5,000 these sort of drugs in the market, as well as new drugs that you can work with this technology. So we have a big area to work. And what you are using, I'm just going to give you a little bit of idea. Lipids, this is one of the most prime components to design these formulations. And most of the lipids are natural. You can use, as I told before, also synthetic lipids. They are plant-derived. We have used a lot of bioactive lipids, you know, like black seed oil, fenugreek seed oil, moringa seed oil. And I think, you know, in Indonesia, you have a lot of these bioactive oils coming from the leaves or seeds. And they have different like therapeutic values. For example, black seed oil has thymoquinone. You know, fenugreek seed oil has some of the, what is that? That's just not in mind. I'll just share it in a moment. So these are actually highly anti-inflammatory, which means like the anti-cancer effect, highly antioxidant, you know, they are. So they work for the synergistic effect, synergistic benefits. You know, so if we use this sort of oil to design the formulation, it's not only helping to design the nano formulation, but also having some therapeutic values because of these, you know, bioflavonoids and the other components. So, and on the other side, if you use any lipids that are your like stomach friendly, because every day we take lipids, you know, oil. So it's a very friendly for our stomachs. And the way is to now that when we design these nano formulations, we use lipids, the blend of lipids with surfactants, so that the drug can be entrapped, okay, take in a very nice or safe way, so that your nano formulations can carry that drugs up to the systemic circulation to the blood, so make available in the blood. So what is needed to design these formulations? Firstly, lipid oils, and you can use, as I mentioned before, like black seed oil and other coconut oil, some other oils. It definitely needs a little bit of experience, of course, because what ratios or like the percent you have to use oil with this oil, like surfactants and co-solvents, you need to know. Surfactant oils and some of the co-solvents you need to blend together to make these formulations, okay? And that's your liquid SNES design. So here, very quickly, I want to just show you, you have these excipients and different excipients, obviously, lipid, surfactant, co-solvent, and then you add drug to mix in your formulation. And it looks absolutely like this clear formulation, because this formulation, liquid formulation, dissolve your drug, and it's absolutely no precipitation, nothing. You hardly distinguish with the blank formulation with the drug loaded. And then you can directly put this one in the capsule, or you can solidify, make some multi-particulate systems, and with the 3D techniques, some capsules you can prepare, or your, for example, dosage form. And this capsule you can take orally, okay? And when it goes to the stomach, it mixes with the stomach content, like pepsin, trypsin, all the, you know, digestive fluids, and release this formulation and make the nano formulation, which is like around 50 to 100 nanometers in size. And it's in the micellar formulation, okay? Drug is not out of the formulation, it's inside, so that it carry as like this structure. And this structure actually is 10 to 100 nanometer. It's very, you know, like smaller. So it's like released in the intestine, and then this one goes to the these through these cells to the bloodstream. This is the bloodstream. And the way here it goes, actually it's very easy because it's a 10 to like 100 nanometers, but some of these particles again rebuild some of the triglyceride, which is a little bit higher in size, and they can go to the blood to the the liver to the lymphatic way. So this is an advantage. I don't want to just go through in details. So two advantages here. One is directly going to the bloodstream, which is the nano-sized one. Another one, which is rebuilt as a triglyceride or chylomicrons. They are going through, because they are large, cannot go directly to the blood. So they are going through the lymphatic node. Okay. So the two different benefits, and they are highly or thermodynamically stable, so that any temperature they are stable at any temperature. Okay. So the difference, you can see the pure drug that I was talking, which is like very problematic drug, the drug that I was talking. If you mix with intestinal content here, look at drugs always float on the top. But in our system with the nano formulation, look at how it looks like. So this is nano. So this is actually the difference with the normal drug, pure drug with intestinal content, like if you take directly. But through the system or dosage form, look at how it looks like. This would be in your stomach. Obviously, it is safe and good without any side effects. Okay. So how you can make these systems directly? There is a framework. These type 3 and 4 systems can directly prepare your formulations, which is like nano formulation. So this is actually, it's a framework, like how much oil you can mix, 40 to 80%, 20 to 40% surfactant, and then some co-solvent, and directly it can give you the these nano formulations. Okay. So the candidate for these technique, these nano formulations, these delivery systems, is the drug which has low solubility, high log P, and low and high permeability and low bioavailability. If the drug has these criteria, these features, you can directly choose those drugs. Anyway, most of the drugs are candidate for these delivery systems. Okay. So let's show you now the case studies, few case studies, and I'll conclude soon. I think I have another 5 minutes, if I'm not wrong. So this is one of the drug. It's a beta blocker. Okay. It's for the cardioprotective antihypertensive drug, telenolol. Epigenin, this is a bioflavonoid. And fenofibrate, lipid regulating drug. They all are good candidates because they have low bioavailability, high log P, and they are they have low solubility, so they are not going easily in the stomach, or orally it is not easy to take these drugs. So this next technology, we use these drugs to properly deliver to the systemic circulation, and they are highly soluble. If you look at in the SNET system, in this nano formulation, they have almost 140 milligrams, whereas the dose is only 10 milligrams. So they are pretty good. They have pretty good solubility with these nano formulation. So we have done these doses form for that. And when we did these with the transmission electron microscopy, like analyze this formulation, we found that it has only 80 to 100 nanometer in size. Okay. And we actually compared these with the zeta sizer, and we found the same. This is actually the TEM images, and you can see how regular and spherical in shape these droplets. And then we have done also an pharmacokinetic studies with, in the rat models, and we have given equivalent like 10 milligram per kilo, equivalent to the dose to the rats. And if you see here that lipidic formulation, the SNET systems, compared to the pure drug, it has high Cmax, and AUC. And so it's almost like for both of the drug, telenolol and fenofibrate, it increased compared to the pure fenofibrate. Okay, and so that the almost double the amount of drug is available if you compare with the pure drugs. So then I'm just showing you another one where the liquid formulations, how it converted into this multi-particulate system. And I think you have seen a lot of capsules with this multi-particulate system. This is one of the advantage of that is you can, divide your the same dose in several, fractions so that it easily can dissolve in the stomach. With this coating, it's a fluid bed coating. It's a bottom sprayer. So we have coated the drug onto the sugar core. So we have used here one of the drug, which is antihistaminic drug, Synergine, and it's a good candidate for SNET system, high solubility. And what we did, we have developed two different, beads, pellets. This is the shape of the pellet to put into the capsules, and this is what from our real studies, we put it like how it looks like. So single, it's a drug-loaded, this nano formulation was sprayed according to sugar code. Here we sprayed in different layer to see in the future you can put different layer of drugs. If you want to coat two different drugs, you can do it by multi-layer systems. This is sugar, and then your self-nano-emulsifying systems, then drug, and then moisture coating. Okay, so these also, scanning electron microscopy showing actually this is a single layer palette with the cross-sectional view, and you can see this is actually the drug layer, you see, on top of the sugar core, outer of the sugar core. And this is the multi-layer, 2-3 different layers. You can see layer 1 is this one, layer 1, layer 2 here, and layer 3 we sprayed onto the sugar core. Okay, and this is the dissolution, how it releases in the stomach and from the stomach and intestine, and you can see all like around like more than 85 to 90% were in a good release. So which means the drug release properly in the stomach from these sprayed pellets. Okay, and these are 3 different actually multi-layered pellets with different amount of drugs sprayed onto it. And this is the other one. Very quickly, I'm just finishing now, and another, I think, 3 slides. So anyway, this is capsule in capsule. 1 dose is found, but inside is another drug. Here we use lansoprazole for peptic ulcer, actually, lansoprazole and curcumin. Okay, and lansoprazole is a proton pump inhibitor used for peptic ulcers. And curcumin we use, this is one of the, I think it comes from the turmeric. It's well reported, which is work as an anti-inflammatory. It works for the stomach ulcer. So we used these two drugs in 1 dosage form called capsule in capsule. So 1 small capsules in another capsules. So the small capsules we used here, this is actually liquid formulation and then converted with curcumin, lansoprazole, and it's separately we prepared. And this lansoprazole, curcumin, we encapsulated in the small enteric coated capsule B, and lansoprazole in the outer one. Sorry, the lansoprazole in the B, inner one, and curcumin is the outer one. So if you look at here that this capsule contain both lansoprazole, curcumin A, lansoprazole B. Why lansoprazole in the B in the enteric coated? Because lansoprazole is very unstable in the stomach content in acidic media. So enteric coated tablet capsule cannot it is not opened in the stomach. So it's only open when the pH is increased. Okay, so that's why the outer capsule disrupt in the stomach here in the stomach, and and the B, which carries lansoprazole, it disrupts in the intestine, so that it will not precipitate it. We have to just make sure that lansoprazole is not exposed in the stomach, otherwise it will not work. And we have given this one to the rats again, and you can see this is actually the ulcer, we induced ulcer. Okay, so it's a stomach ulcer induced by 80% ethanol. and then we have given our doses. So here, only 80% ethanol induced. This is our blank formulation without any drug, any combination. And you can see it's a very bloody lesion here, how it's like damaged the stomach. And these are only lansoprazole with the higher dose, low 5 milligram, 10 milligram. Here only curcumin, 10 milligram, 20 milligram. But this G and H was the combination, curcumin and lansoprazole, lower dose here, 5 milligram G, 5 milligram and 10 milligram. But H was 10 milligram lansoprazole and 20 milligram curcumin on the H1. So anyway, the combination with lower dose and higher dose, you could see that how it works. It's almost healed all the bleeding and or inhibited ulcer formation and bleeding. So it was quite like work with the combination therapy. And this is to
sorry for interrupting, Professor.
It's over, right? It's okay.
Yes,
This is the last slides that I'm showing. So actually, his histopathological investigation also shows that how without the combinations, damaged the mucosal, lining, and how it just come back from that damage, how it healed and restoration of the inflammation happened with the combination therapy. So with that, I wanted just conclusion, although I had something else, but I don't want to go through all those. So just to the last slide that I want to show, with this lansoprazole and curcumin, we also printed 3D tablets here. You see these two. One was like A was 0.4 millimeter thick tablet. We printed this by the 3D printer, okay, with polymers and this curcumin and lansoprazole. And the other one was 1 millimeter thick. And you can see this is in the actually stomach, like in the dissolution media, it released on time. And we have also submitted this one for patent. So the good thing is, this is the concluding remarks, that what I have to say. So with this nanoformulation technique or, the formulations, you have plenty of options, more options, treatment options, and it really improved the therapeutic outcomes. So the other thing, good thing is it contains most of the bioactive excipients, the source is like from the natural sources. So this is very safe, biodegradable, biocompatible, you can say. It can be solidified. You can target orally as well as I mentioned. You can prepare like the solution, and you can also target transdermally. So these are the benefited. So with that, I would like to thank again for the invitation, and especially Bengkulu University, Professor Sal is one of my collaborators, and we are doing some works together. And I'm pretty open for anyone, inshallah, in the near future. So with that, I would like to thank everyone again to be with me in the last almost half an hour, I guess. Thank you again.
Let us give an applause for Professor Mohsin Kazi for the very insightful information about SNEDDS technology, such as self-nano-emulsifying drug delivery system. There are 4 Ks: liquid, solid, combined solid, and FDM 3D printed. And about new drug molecules, technologies, route, formulation, and process of SNEDDS. Okay, thank you so much for Professor Mohsin Kazi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the next session is the question and answer. So if you have any question for the 3 speakers in this session, we will welcome to all the question.
Please raise your hand and then introduce yourself before you ask the question. Please.
We will welcome to all the question in this room or this venue Zoom, maybe.
Yeah, you ask me if no one is there.
Okay.
Okay, we have one there.
We have one participant and question.
Thank you for the opportunity for me. I'm Enda. I'm a midwife, and now I'm a lecturer at Universitas Bengkulu. The question to Associate Professor Warlanso. Morning, Prof. In your research, any factor that influencing exclusive breastfeeding? One of them is cultural and traditional practice. In Indonesia, as you know, many ethnic and cultural that around the exclusive breastfeeding. And what about the program or intervention from government in India for achieve the target exclusive breastfeeding and to avoid how of babies age less than 6 months give food in their eggs? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. What we do here now is the government has already extended 6 months of leave for all lactating mothers. This is from the government. So all the government employee, female workers who become mother gets this 6 months plus 2 weeks leave. Unfortunately, this has not been practiced in the private institution. Yes, some private have opted, but like ours right now, we have given only 4 months. We're hoping that everyone will adopt this policy of giving at least 6 months leave to the mother so that they can exclusively breastfeed. The other programs that we are also doing is creating awareness. We have something called as the community health nursing course, where we have students who play a very important role by going to this community adopted villages and giving awareness program, health education, through role plays, and creating this awareness of exclusive breastfeeding practices. We also have now started making health education pamphlets and giving it to all mothers that are coming to the institution for a checkup or for review or for even for delivery. I hope I'm answering your question.
That's enough.
Okay, Professor.
Okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. I will not give a question, just I want to say that thank you very much for Professor Mohsin Kazi. Maybe you remember this room because almost every day you give a lecture in this room. So thank you very much for a lecture today. And also nice to meet you, Assistant Professor Salameh Sidagat from Republic of Iran. This is the first time we meet directly, even via online. Thank you very much for a lecture today, and then I hope that for next future, then we can collaborate between you and the lecturer from the Department of Mathematics in this university, in this faculty. We have 11 department under our faculty. So one of them is Department of Mathematics, and also the brother is Statistics. Then we hope that Dr. Salameh, maybe one day you can visit us, because sometimes the dream is coming true by dua. Like the Professor Mohsin Kazi, we talked before that maybe sometime you will visit Bengkulu. Then last year, Professor Mohsin Kazi visit us in Bengkulu. So next year or the next after the next future, you also will visit us. Also, Professor Wolanso from India. I have some friend from India. Then I hope that this is also the first time we meet here, and maybe also the next time you can visit us because also we have 3 departments from the medical science in the health science. I mean, so maybe we can collaborate more than this lecture. So thank you very much for of you. See you next time. Thank you.
Another question.
Moderator, if I can add some few programs, I mean, the facilities that we're applying here or our institution is providing, can I highlight some?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, our institution have come up with something called as the crèche. I'm sure most of you are practicing that. Because of this crèche system, many working mothers have been able to bring their babies here and continue exclusive breastfeeding. The other facilities that we provide for most nurses in our institute is we allow them to, with the crèche, they can bring their babies, feed them whenever and the demand is there. Plus, we don't give them night shift so that they can be with their family and the baby at night. So these are a few things that we are adopting. We hope to implement more so that we can promote exclusive breastfeeding practices. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Warlanso, Professor Salame, and Professor Mohsin Kazi. Let's give applause for the
Three
speakers.
speakers.
And the next session, I'll let my partner to guide.
Yeah, I think before we close the plenary sessions, we want to show you the certificate of appreciation for our all 3 speakers here. The first one is for Prof. Wolanso Shimre. Can you show us the certificate of appreciation? Okay, this one. The second one will be for Professor Salameh Sedegat. Can you show us this one? And the last one for Professor Mohsin Kazi.
Thank you. Like this way, huh? The picture last time we had taken.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
I think that's all. Thank you for Professor Mohsin Kazi, Salameh Sedegat, and Warlanson Shimre. And also thank you for all the participants here. That's all from us. Thank you, us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So should we stay more or it's okay? We can leave?
I think you can leave from the Zoom meeting, Professor Kazi, Professor Salame, and Professor Wolanso.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll keep in touch.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much still participating in this room. After this, we still have the parallelizations, but before we finish for these ones, I mean from the second plenary sessions, we still have some of the announcements for you all here. After this, we will take a break for our lunch, and then after that, for all of the participants must know about for each the room, yeah, to the parallelization. So we have been divided 14 rooms, yeah, 14 rooms consist of the offline, 8 rooms of the offline session, and then 6 rooms for the online session. So I think all of you can see which one of your room become of your room in the books of abstract. And then if you still find any confusings, you can ask the committee to look for your room. And then the lunch box you can find offset from here. Okay. So all of the participants came out here, and then you will get for your lunch box. Okay. And then to remind you all here, we do hope that all of the presenter must be present of the presentations by using English. But maybe if you have some sort of confusions or maybe miss some of the words, it's okay. It doesn't matter. No worry for that. But we do hope that you can use the English for your presentations. Yep. Thank you so much, and we will see you in the parallelization. And then after that, if we have already finished for the parallelization, so we will come back here again to have for the closing ceremony, and then to announce which one of the best speakers for each room, and then some of the activity for the final today. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, for moderator and operator, you can make sure all participants in your room have show their presentation and or video that can show in your room, each room. Thank you.
Untuk operator parallelization dan moderator parallelization yang online itu boleh makan siang terlebih dahulu sebelum kita melakukan parallelization.
Teman-teman semua, teman-teman semua yang mau mengambil konsumsinya ada di pintu sebelah